Councillors, will you please stand for the Chairman of the West Northamptonshire Council, the Vice Chair and the Chief Executive, please.
Good evening. Thank you. Please take a seat. Good evening, colleagues, and before calling the meeting to order, I'd like to introduce the chaplain for the Council, Father Ted Hale, who will lead us in prayers. Father Ted, originally from the Abbey Centre in East Hunsbury, in my ward, has always worked incredibly hard. Certainly I've known him for over 30 years in terms of community. He is the champion, effectively, for all those great citizens who do so many things in so many groups and so many committees in all the community facets that we have around us. He has always been someone we can call upon and has always been a name that most organisations have done so in terms of representation out of politics. So I think he's a very refreshing character, has also served as chaplain in different forms for former councils as well. So has some good advice there for both staff support and colleagues also. And I know that he always works 27 hours a day, because I'm sure he always slots the additional ones in there, and will be happy to talk with anyone at any point in time. Father Ted, if I may hand over to you then for prayers, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know how many of you know this, but Jesus did not like long prayers. He actually said, don't say long prayers, because God already knows what you need. So you don't need to do long prayers like the heathen do. So you won't get a long prayer tonight, but you might get just a few words of introduction. I tried to work out exactly how long since I was last serving as a chaplain in this particular building. It's got to be at least 20, because I've been retired for 15 years. And Andre's been the first person since I retired to have the courage to come and say, Ted, would you be a chaplain? To which I at first said, And then, because I've known Andre for a long time, I said yes. Not with great reluctance, but just because I knew I'd get told off when I got home for taking on another role. I have a good lady wife who tries to keep me in check and says that I've never really retired, but I think I have. I just still do lots of things. Andre gave a brief introduction to me, which I think is necessary. Looking round the room, I can see a few faces that I recognise from 20 years ago. Some I've seen in between times. But when I look at the faces that I know, it does bring back some good memories. They're odd memories, but good memories. Memories of somebody ringing me up and saying, Ted, I've got a real problem. Can I come and a chat? Yes. Somebody else was in hospital once, and I went and saw them in hospital, and they, I know, appreciated the visit, and I appreciated their welcome when I got there. As for Andre, well, we do go back since you arrived, really. I mean, I've been in Northampton 40 years, and Andre not that much less than that, and because he came into the area where I was minister, we quickly formed a friendship, which I regard as being very lucrative. The same as it was with some borough councillors. It was a good thing. I like to think I helped some of them, but they certainly helped me with regard to the building of the Abbey Centre and then the expansion and all the other things that have taken place and the work that goes on. And that's how I really love to see life. In our Baptist denomination, we have a thing at the moment where there's a fixation with the idea of leaders. And I refuse to be called a leader. I mean, who do I lead and where do I lead them as a minister? I mean, it's a nonsense for a start. But I just don't like that. I prefer to be a co-traveller. or a partner with the members of the church and with other ministers. And that's how I feel about this role of being a chaplain. It'll not be for a long time, just a few months or whatever, but I would see that as being a partnership where I hope I can offer something, and I hope that you in turn, if you need, will feel free to just shout, "Ted, can we?" or "Can I?" or "Can you?" And if I can, I will. I can't always, can I, Andre? But often I can, and I will if I can. So I thought just a very brief prayer tonight. If you like to bow your heads, if you feel that's right, or however you like to feel when you're in an attitude of prayer. Teach us, good Lord, to serve thee as thou deservest, to give and not to count the cost, to fight and not to heed the wounds, to toil and not to seek for rest, to labour and not to ask for any reward, save that of knowing that we do thy will. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Father Ted. Sincerely appreciate you coming, and a very warm welcome to West Northamptonshire Council. And you're welcome to stay for the entire duration of the meeting. I know that some of it is riveting stuff, but please feel free to reach out to us at any point in time also. Thank you. Okay, item 1, apologies for non-attendance. Democratic Services Manager will read out the apologies received so far.
Thank you, Chairman. Apologies have been received from Councillor Michael Brown, Imran Chowdhury, Paul Dyball, Gareth Eales, Rupert Frost, Matt Golby, Joe Guilford, Cheryl Hawes, Greg Lunn, Charles Manners, Lisa Semiotis, Richard Salisbury-Timms, Jason Roberts and Julie Davenport.
Thank you very much. Are there any other apologies?
Councillor Penny Flavel.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Any apologies?
Yes, for tonight, Councillor Muna Kelly and Councillor Naz Chowdhury.
Thank you, they're noted. Any further apologies? Thank you. Item 2, declaration of interest from members and officers. To receive in declaration of interest, West Northamptonshire Council takes seriously any breach of the Code of Conduct where a matter arises in a meeting in which a councillor has disclosable pecuniary interest. The member must declare the interest, not participate or participate further in any discussion or vote further on the matter, and must not remain in the room unless granted dispensation. Councillors are asked to declare the item number in which they have an interest, the nature of the interest, whether it is a disclosable pecuniary interest or a non-statutory interest. For any interest, please do declare them now or at the start of any item if you're joining at that point. Item 3, the minutes of the meeting. Council held on the 29th of September. I've received a small correction under the minutes, under minute 56, cost of living report. The sentence should read, and it was suggested, WNC followed the example of other LAs and provide services like free bus passes to key workers. With that amendment, is it Council's wish that I sign the minutes as previous meetings as true and accurate record? Thank you, Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. On reading the minutes, I just wanted it to be noted that I don't think the minutes reflect the conversation on the item regarding the SEND report and Councillor Baker's Cabinet report. I'm not expecting the minutes to reflect everything I said, and I appreciate that this council has now decided not to name councillors who've spoken, but it doesn't say I've said or anybody said anything, so I think that needs an amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts. Would you like to add a line then?
Well, there was about 3.5 or 4 minutes because I think you told me off. So I'm not sure I can add a line, but I'm happy to provide the things I said, and if we can have that amended accordingly.
Right, okay. If you can...
Or not, as you're choosing, but I would just like it noted that it doesn't reflect what was said on the night.
Thank you. We do have obviously the YouTube recording, so it's online on that basis, so we'd refer points on that. So if we indicate that conversation took place and therefore there is further accurate detail, if that's helpful, or further detail available. Thank you, Father Ted. Online.
Thank you, Chair. If it can reflect there were concerns raised on the evening with regards to the process, at the very least, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Paul, are you happy with that detail there? Thank you. Okay, in that case, I'll sign the minutes as true and accurate. May I have agreement? Thank you. Item 4, Chairman's announcements. I'd like to indicate and just record that I've been delighted to represent the Council at a wide array of events and notable functions across West Northamptonshire and beyond. In terms of representation, also good colleague, Councillor John Shepherd, Vice Chairman, has also represented various different events outside the area. And I have to say that some of the notable events have included St Crispin's Day services at St Crispinian, our patron saints, together with the CPRE Awards very recently, which were hosted in our magnificent museum and art gallery. In fact, it also received an award for outstanding contribution there. Two of the events coming up soon, also to be in our diaries, are Armistice Day and Remembrance Sunday. And in fact, I'd welcome support at both those events. I know Armistice Day has been taken, represented by Vice Chairman and myself representing the Remembrance Sunday event. And it would be really wonderful to see as many people who are able to be there as possible. And I thank colleagues who are also representing the Council at other locations also. Okay, we also have, just coming on to item 4, please do remember that we'll be using the electronic voting system this evening, and for all votes you'll be asked to press yes to vote in favour, no to vote against, and abstain is self-explanatory. If you have any issues voting, please let us know and we can take your vote separately. It is important to bear that in mind, that we will be using that electronic system, and the Democratic Services Support Manager, Paul Hanson, will be announcing the detail of that vote, so please do indicate if you're unable to vote at that time. We will also be taking a comfort break around about 7:30 this evening. You are free to leave at any point in time and have a comfort break of your own. This also gives not just those at the top here, but obviously members of staff, the opportunity to have a break too. So please do think about their health and yours also. Colleagues, just to advise also that we intend to publish the recorded vote at every meeting, so please do be advised that obviously as you vote, it will be recorded and published shortly after. Any other comments that I'd like to make in terms of that would be obviously during the meeting, but I just would like to say, please, ladies and gentlemen, this is really important that when you have the opportunity to ask a question, please do ask a question, not make a statement or a speech about it. It is absolutely crucial that we try and fit as many points in as possible from different speakers. So please do draw the attention of colleagues, Democratic Support Services here, if you have a question you'd like to ask, and they will put you on the list effectively, but please do make a point as a question rather than as a statement. Thank you. Petitions, do we have any petitions to present this evening? Thank you, no petitions this evening. Statements, there have been 4 requests to make statements at the meeting on this item, and I'm wondering whether we have Miss Beth Harding here to address the Council. Is Miss Beth Harding here? No. Okay, thank you, Roger. Do we have Mrs. Jane Wood here? Climate Action West, Northamptonshire has asked to address the Council in relation to motion 1. Ms. Carr, you have up to 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Please do go ahead.
Good evening. As mentioned, I represent an independent volunteer-run group, Climate Action West Northamptonshire, and I'm here to speak to you in support of motion 1, which responds to West Northampton Council's expression of interest in creating an investment zone. The motion asks this council to make a commitment that delivery of its net zero and sustainability targets is not compromised by creation of an investment zone. At risk of being predictable, I want to briefly remind the council why delivery against these targets is so important. Global carbon emissions in 2021 were the highest in human history. In the UK, we have done good work to cut emissions and successfully delivered against the first 2 carbon budgets set in line with the 2008 Climate Change Act, and are on track to meet the 3rd. However, we're not on track to meet any of our next 3 carbon budget targets. 2022 saw summer temperatures in the UK exceed 40 degrees centigrade for the first time. For those like me who can remember 1976, another long hot summer, The highest temperature that year was 35.9 degrees. In the 1970s, the average maximum temperature in July was 18.7 degrees. In the 2010s, it was more than 20 degrees. We now know that long-term trends towards higher temperatures worldwide are driven by human activity. We have run out of time to prevent a human and ecological crisis caused by global heating. This is now going to manifest in the next few years, and we need to be prepared to deal with it. Money spent on growth that does not address either climate mitigation or climate adaptation is wasted. Do not let this council be remembered for failing to act to cut emissions and to prepare our communities for the effects of the climate crisis. You cannot leave this responsibility to others. It is simply too late. One final point on investment zones. The council needs to be very realistic about the possible benefits. A study of the impact of enterprise zones published by Centre for Cities in 2019 showed that of jobs created in enterprise zones, at least 1/3 were the result of businesses moving existing jobs from elsewhere, and that jobs were overwhelmingly low-skilled, so did little to help make local economies more prosperous. To sum up, growth cannot be put ahead of providing a safe and sustainable future for ourselves, our children, and our grandchildren. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Wood. Really appreciate your contribution there. Mr Leslaw de Rocha, do we have him in the public gallery? Thank you. Mrs Rocha has asked us to address the council in relation to item 7, portfolio holder reports. Mr Rocha, you have up to 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight to you. I'm here tonight just to tell my story. Story of my son, Ignacy, who's autistic. I think on the item 7, there is a sentence saying, children, young people and families are at the heart of all we do in every decision we make and every action we take. Okay? This applies to apparently everything that happens in this place and is taken further, in education especially. I'm here to for my voice to be heard, because for the last few months I had no chance to speak. We brought Ignacy to the UK on the 31st of March. He came with Mum to join me. He previously attended a special nursery in Poland. He was diagnosed with autism. He was assessed by a group of professionals there. This is a large group, and obviously I brought this assessment with me, and I was hoping that he will start at a appropriate place in the UK, in here, in Northampton as well. I made the application to the school admission team way before he came, just to make sure for when he comes, he's got a place to attend. He did not get the place straight away. We were told that, first of all, he needs to be in the country for him to make this application. Secondly, he will be put in the mainstream school for the further assessment. Nothing happened for the first month, nothing at all. He sat at home with mainly my wife, because I had to go to work every single day. And as you can imagine, for an autistic child, sitting at home, lacking of routine, being in a completely different environment, caused a massive, massive trauma, massive. So the first time we had somebody coming around the house from the council was the 11th of May. So that's after a month and a half, after he sat on the sofa and watched stupid films on the telly, crying, screaming, and asking not to stay at home, not to be at home. A month and a half, very unsettled. Now, this meeting was only to confirm that he's not to go to mainstream school. Because for some reasons, the people who are at the school admission, they have to see the child because they can't believe the report who is written by professionals from a different country. What happened after the 11th of May? Obviously, they have agreed that the child is not going to mainstream for obvious reasons. He was jumping up and down during the meeting. He was on my lap, he was on the floor, he was on the windowsill, everywhere. Imagine this child going to mainstream school. And I've told the officers at the school admission that this is the situation and he needs to have the appropriate place provided. I'm not sure how I'm doing for time, but I want to just expand a little bit more.
Mr. De Rocha,
yes.
can I ask you, on the basis that quite clearly it is an important subject you're discussing and the detail that needs to be reviewed with the services accordingly, could I ask you to let our officers have the details, that they can contact you to ensure this is going through, because quite clearly 3 minutes won't be sufficient for you in any way at all to get your point across.
Yeah, I would just try to, add a few more sentences before I finish here. So we are now end of September. His official assessment started end of July, which is after a few months. He's already been in the country. 3 months passed, and he still hasn't had his assessment done, completed, and he's still in the same place on the sofa. In the meantime, he lost 10 kilograms of weight. We had him in hospital a few times, and nothing has been done about it. I've asked social services to step in and help. We've got 5 children. We tried to build a beautiful family, provide for everyone, but I had to take Ignacy with me to work, to building sites. On the hottest day in the UK registered, he was with me sitting in the hot van. Can you imagine that? Because you are not putting children, young people and the families at the heart of everything you do and every decision you make. You are not. And so far, every single office I've dealt with, I've asked Julie Davenport, who is the local councillor, to help. And she tried her best to get some answers, help for us. But so far, nothing has been done.
Okay, Mr. De Rocha.
Thank you.
Thank you for your help and contribution. Please do ensure that Roger has your personal details and we'll get in contact with you following this meeting. Thank you. Okay, item 6, priority opposition business. Under the rules set out within the Constitution, this item is limited to 15 minutes, and the mover of the priority opposition business shall have 5 minutes to make a statement. A member responding on behalf of the administration shall have 5 minutes to respond, and the leader of the principal opposition shall have 5 minutes to reply. No other questions or debate shall be allowed under the rules of the Constitution. I invite Bob Purser, Councillor Purser, to introduce the statement. You have 5 minutes, Councillor Purser.
Thank you, Chair. Today we want to make the case that West Northamptonshire gets a fair and adequate funding settlement in preparation for the budget that this council will consider early next year. Previously in opposition business, we've looked at the importance of Nolan standards. Last time we looked at getting our streets clean. Labour councillors are determined that our streets should be safe, clean and free from fly tipping. Today, our focus is on the damage done to local government by a succession of Conservative governments over the last 12 years and the need to put it right. The context: austerity, followed by incompetence, followed by crash. We've had 4 Chancellors of the Exchequer, mini-budgets and U-turns. It's all had the effect of making us poorer, individuals and as a nation, adding to this authority's financial problems because of inflation and putting up demand for services. Over the last 10 years, Conservative governments have reduced grants to local authorities by nearly £19 billion in 10 years. That's a 63% reduction in real terms. We have 4 Conservative members of Parliament in West Northamptonshire. Have they helped? or are they part of the problem? The national failings have been made worse by what's happened locally over the last decade. Gross mismanagement of our predecessor authorities and the undermining of the base rate for the funding of the authority. The implications for services and the lesson that we need to learn is that cuts to local authority funding are counterproductive because they reduce preventative services, and the end result of that is that we have more costly statutory interventions. And the reports we're going to consider later on this evening are going to demonstrate that. Our proposal is that Councillor Nunn and Councillor Brown have an urgent meeting with the Secretary of State, who is, what is it, Mr. Gove, or is it Mr. Clark, or another Mr. Clark? Oh no, it's Mr. Gove again. What a way to run a government. But it's important because he needs to set out the case that there are no more cuts to local government, and a funding settlement needs to reflect the pressures we are facing, particularly in adult services and our children's services. Last month, the government promised an additional £500 million to support social care. We've heard no more about it. Where is it? When is the announcement going to be made? Government seems to be unable to make decisions. It means that social care in particular is understaffed, underpaid, and undersupported, and that causes a backlog for our health service partners, and we see the problems of that outside our A&E department every day. So we need to ask you to talk to the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care to find out where that money is. Children's services. We've had a huge increase in demand, and the removal of preventive work has been a major factor. As a Labour group, we're really angry about that because Sure Start was a tremendous system that we put in place and was destroyed over the last decade. We need to build back preventive services for our children. Similarly, our schools have had their budgets cut, and we need that funding to be put back in place. Our bus services, we've had huge reductions in bus subsidies, in bus use and bus mileage, and it's destroying the approach that we've got to have a green agenda. Housing deserves a session all on its own. We've priced out young people from getting on the housing market, and we've had 12 years of failing to deliver adequate social housing. So we've had a huge increase in homelessness. We need to invest in families' future, and that will save us in providing for in emergency provision.
1 minute to go, Councillor Purser.
Libraries. Probably Northamptonshire is a case study on how not to manage our library services, which are great assets, important for learning throughout the ages. Highways. We've seen a 27% cut in real terms, and anyone who walks along Derngate can see that some of our streets are a disgrace. So, Chair, we can see that the last 12 years of austerity have had a dire effect on local government and its services for local people. I want to ask Councillor Nunn to reassure us that the Conservative Party locally has really learned the lessons from the mistakes of his predecessors, and to ask whether he is indeed going to visit London to speak to the relevant secretaries of state to ensure that funding keeps pace with inflation and deals with the acute pressures in adults and children's services. The Local Government Association calculates this as being around £8 billion across the country.
Thank you very much, Councillor Purser. Now I'd like to invite Councillor Jonathan Nunn to respond on behalf of the administration.
Thank you, Chairman. This is national politics again, isn't it? I don't mind listening to it, but why don't we do something local? Opposition priority business is something that the opposition party fought for. It's an opportunity and a public platform for the opposition to highlight areas where they think that they have legal, costed alternatives to the council's current approach on any area. But we just don't hear that. We want to hear their bold and well thought through vision. We never hear it. The continued absence of that, and actually, other than, can you speak to the government, please, there's no real ask in the written version. There was no real ask of this, and I think that speaks volumes, really. There's little doubt that we are regularly in contact with the government, and a key part of that is continually lobbying for funding, both collectively as part of the LGA, and a variety of other bodies that we're part of. We talk to many of the lower funded councils too. So, but most particularly, I think the people of the residents of West Northants can be assured that we are. I don't really want to get drawn too much into the national politics. It was the Labour Chancellor who left the note, wasn't it? There's no money left. We have seen things locally from the government, things like flexibility in using capital receipts for the local government reform, plus business rates retention. The junior minister by the name of Rishi got us that at the time. Social Housing Decarbonisation Fund, we've got the Everyone In, the Rough Sleeper funding, regeneration funding from the Future High Streets, the Towns Fund, DCMS funding for Broadband, Arts Council for venues across the area and for a cultural compact, the Household Support Grant, including the free school meals during the holidays, the Levelling Up Fund. There is quite a lot going on. And by the way, both male and female life expectancy have gone up since 2021. It just says the opposite in your opposition priority business. I think that's probably enough on the national scene. Please be assured, and above all, residents be assured that we are lobbying government continually on the needs of local government, both us through our local MPs and collectively through other groups. Local government, without doubt, has been squeezed, continues to be squeezed, and frankly, this year and next year are going to be incredibly tough. But local government in West Northants is delivering, Conservative local government in West Northants. And of course, you can monitor that, and you come to see that. We do these performance reports. This particular one was in the version we put on your desk, which is the annual report that we gave you a few months ago. So let's just mention a few of those areas. If you look at projects and things opened across Daventry, things like the Arc Cinema and the Reach for Health Centre, hosting the Women's Cycle Tour, Moulton Leisure Centre, Brawlson Cycle Park, Floor Bypass, a whole bunch of other things across Northampton and indeed across South Northants, water meadows at Toaster and so on and so forth. We've got the additional SEND capacity coming to address the very harrowing type of issues we've just heard from the gentleman who spoke a moment ago in significant form, with 4 schools being extended and a new 250-place school. We've just won an award from the FSB, Best Council in the East Midlands area for dealing with and recognising and supporting businesses. House buildings, just a thought that I hadn't commented on, because we perhaps get complacent. In 20 years, the predecessor Borough Council built 8 homes. Around about the time that I started as leader, we have now built several hundred social homes. We need a hell of a lot more, but I don't think anybody can criticise us on house building. We love constructive dialogue. Please come forward with a clear vision. This council is lobbying hard and doing everything we possibly can to ensure that we hit budget and we continue to deliver services. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Nunn. I'd like to invite Councillor Wendy Randall to respond. You have up to 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Interesting. Our whole tonight was about the effect of 12 years of a Conservative government and what that has meant to the local government and residents. And I think nearly every resident across West Northamptonshire will have noticed their lives not improving. We see cuts in every single service that we deliver. We see cuts in schools. Their budgets have been decimated. We have got rising class sizes. We have seen cuts in the fire service to the point that when we had the county council, I went along to a meeting and the fire service was begging not to cut the budget because we will be operating unsafely. We have people now that can't access a GP surgery. We see queues in tents outside our NHS. waiting for A&E because they can't get a doctor's surgery. They then can't be admitted into a bed because we've got people into a bed that can't come out because we've got a national shortage of care workers, which, let's face it, a majority of those got lost during COVID because they would not have the vaccine. They then went off to work in factories, and it was when the nurses refused to have the vaccines, they backtracked. By that time, we had lost those care workers out of this system because they were now earning about £3 more an hour. We are in dire, dire need. Everywhere around us, we are seeing people struggling every day. We have got parish councils and town councils now looking at their budgets. Should they organise a fireworker event, or should they actually be thinking about giving blankets to people who can't keep warm in their homes? So, yes, you could say that we could come up with schemes that we could do locally, but it's the fact that nationally they have been squeezing the budget. And, you say, don't blame the Labour government. You have been in power now for 12 years, and for 12 years, I have not seen improvements. We see food banks now that have grown to, how many have we got? Registered food banks, believe we've got at least 35, and that's without all the little church ones that are going. We've now got community larders that, yes, that is about a good and it's stopping food to go to landfill, but we've got people going to a community larder because they cannot afford to eat. And only this week I was talking to a lady that both her and her husband are both professional people working full time, and she said to me, I've come today to the community larder because I cannot afford to, my wages do not last me until the end of the month. We've seen 0-hour contracts become the norm. Our young people staying longer at home because they can't get on the housing ladder. We've seen rents now. What is an average rent on a 3-bedroom house? £900. It is just shocking. So, this government has done that to us, and it's your government as well. And what I think Councillor Purser was saying was, we need to be shouting out. We've got our MPs. I never see our MPs stand up in Parliament shouting out for their residents, and that's what they should be doing. And if they, if they cannot take ownership of what they're doing, then stand aside and call a general election. Thank you.
As per the Constitution, there will be no vote or discussion on this item further. Thank you, Councillor Randall. Item 7, which are reports from Cabinet. And to give all members of the Cabinet the opportunity to present their reports to Council, I'm going to invite all Cabinet members to present their reports in turn before questions are asked. Cabinet members may take up to 2 minutes each. The remaining time will be given over to questions. I hope this means we can fit in more questions, and also ask members to be succinct and make a question rather than making a statement. Please ask your question, and mindful of others who also wish to speak.
See, if you went to the recent or have gone to the briefings that have taken place, you'll know that we're calculating our own greenhouse gas emissions through a tool produced in association with the local government association. That's progressing extremely well. And on communications, worth highlighting, we've now launched the residents' newsletter, which the cross-party task and finish group said was required, and that will continue to go out. Finally, business intelligence, just to highlight again that we've got the development of the Q2 corporate performance dashboard, which is the one that shows all of those KPIs that I just mentioned. We welcome suggestions for further KPIs, and those are published and put through Cabinet too. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nunn. Councillor Adam Brown.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to draw members' attention to the sections of my report that highlight the ongoing work to implement new governance at MPH. Just like to emphasise that MPH is obviously still an arm's-length management organisation, but this builds on the ever more constructive and cohesive relationship we have with the newly named Northamptonshire Partnership Homes to ensure that we will achieve greater accountability of our Almo to both West Northamptonshire Council and in turn the public. I'm delighted to report that our private sector housing team have been energetic and enthusiastic about holding rogue landlords to account. Private sector housing fines against rogue HMO landlords have been issued several times in the last few weeks, fines ranging from £500 right up to £12,400 have seen rogue landlords brought to account. We've also taken action against a lettings agency. This is the first sort of action of this type that we've taken under relatively new powers given to us by central government, but will continue to hold to account anyone who doesn't respect their communities and foists upon local residents unwanted and inappropriate HMO accommodation. There'll be a further £4.2 million coming from central government for investment in inefficient homes occupied by low-income families. This will help us to tackle the twin problems of fuel poverty and carbon emissions. And there'll be further details on this programme following in the next few weeks. We've made fantastic progress on home adaptations for disabled residents. Out of a total funding pot of £2.5 million, £2 million has now either been spent or allocated for spending. And so we're left with just a small proportion of that funding pot left to dish out. A couple of issues that have arisen in recent weeks that aren't included on my report. The housing on Welford Road that some have labelled as abandoned, that will be delivered in spring 23. I thank local members in Delapre and Far Cotton for their continued work helping residents of Harvest Away who are facing eviction, and the council stands ready to help them.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brown. Councillor Rebecca Breeze. Your microphone's not on, I think. Do you want to try that again, or use your colleagues, if you can use Councillor Smith's unit there? Thank you. Councillor Breeze, just bear with us just a moment, because that unit's not working either. Just try yours again, please. Thank you. Thank you, Paul.
Don't pick it up by the stalk, obviously, that interferes with it. So, I think one of the most important planning aspects at the moment is the work stream. We had the improvement work stream. We had a well-attended briefing for members in October. I was struck by the fact that when we have these member briefings, it is generally the same members who attend, 35, 40 really dedicated members from across the council who attend these work streams and these briefings. And I would encourage members to attend because they are very informative, they're online, and they involve question and answers as well as a presentation. So as there are about 40 people, I thought I'd just put some bones on the work streams that we have presented to you. So one of the work streams is the planning application process harmonisation. So this is process mapping, and these workshops are happening to develop a new harmonised process for the whole planning service. Best practice is being incorporated into the processes, and the work streams will inform the system work stream of the business requirements of the whole council. And it's important as we move into one cohesive planning service that we have consistent planning application approach. IT system harmonisation. A new harmonised planning system is being developed and implemented for WNC. The system will be safe, secure and fully tested prior to going live, we hope, in July 2023. Once delivered, the new system will provide the basis of a consistent, again, one-team approach. Updates on planning applications and public comments will be viewable online, as is the case at the moment in the South and in the Borough. And the new system will provide one new style and layout of reporting for planning committees to enable consistency. A big area of concern, of course, for many parish councils is the Section 106 and SIL workstream. A lot of knowledge and data is being drawn out of the system that has been problematic in previous local authorities, consistency of reporting and data management. So there's a lot of work going to get this data together. But once it is, there will be a future robust way of working for the whole of WNC. And this will be incorporated and embedded in the planning system, and it will provide up-to-date information to members and a much easier reporting and information system. So customer service, customer interface and communications. We are creating one harmonised website for WNC, ensuring that it's easily navigable with content that supports customer self-service. Planning applications, documents, consultation responses will all be viewable online. We're working on improved external communications with audiences and our other stakeholders. For example, we are setting up an agents forum because I think it's very important that we work with those who bring economic activity into the district.
Thank you, Councillor Breeze.
To understand their experience of the council. Thank you.
Thank
I have
you.
plenty more to say.
Thank you, Mr. Lead. Councillor Larrett.
Oh, I'm on. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to present my report as written. Obviously, a couple of highlights we've, unfortunately, and I think Councillor Pearce has already referred to the loss of bus services across West Northamptonshire, commercial decisions undertaken by Stagecoach. We are meeting with Stagecoach and other providers to see what we can possibly do, if anything, to mitigate the loss and certainly try and help young people getting to and from college, etc. So there is work going on in the background. Unfortunately, Stagecoach are not prepared to put the services back on. We haven't got the money to pay for them, but we're doing what we can to facilitate answers to some of the problems, working with Malton College, Northampton College and probably others, and particularly with the voluntary sector, people providing community transport, and I thank them for jumping in certain areas and providing the service that so many older people require for hospital and doctor's appointments, etc. Moving on in the report, the waste strategy consultants have been appointed, as I say there, and work is underway in developing that strategy. I'd like to particularly thank the Park and Countryside Service for what the work they've done on the racecourse, working with others to develop a community garden. I think that's gone really well, and a lot of people have been involved in that and getting them the skills and experience to help them move forward. But really a fantastic job that's been done by that service in developing that. There is an error in the Abington Park aspect of the report. It says, as noted in Councillor Longley's report. Well, it's not noted in Councillor Longley's report. That should read at the next Cabinet meeting. Proposals will come forward.
Thank you very much, Councillor Larrett. Councillor David Smith.
Yes, no, perfect. Well, you have my report before you, so I'll take it as read, but I will raise a couple of items on there. I think something to be mentioned is the work we've been doing with the police on antisocial behaviour over in the eastern side of the town, and there is an antisocial behaviour injunction being placed, which I think members over there hopefully will be seeing a difference in the behaviours moving forward. Moving on, we've had a very successful school engagement sessions last month, where we had schools from all over the west from all over the west attending some training over at the Cadet Training Centre in Yardley Chase, and that was really enjoyable. If we do it next year, I'd encourage anybody to take the opportunity to go and have a look. It's really good to see our young people really engaged. Moving on to some of the events we've got going on. So in December, 1st December is International Day for People with Disabilities. Something, again, I'd encourage all members to try and get along to or attend online if they possibly can. And of course, we've got International Men's Day coming up on the 18th of November, and we have the Role Model of the Year Awards, which we will be judging shortly. moving on to our regulatory services side, bit of a scary find for someone here. There's a business, as you'll see, in Harbour Road in Kingsthorpe, breaches of food safety and hygiene, and they got landed with a £22,000 fine. So I think that's not so great for the business, but I think for our residents, it shows we are determined and we will take action where is required. And just one last thing, it's around avian flu. You'll probably be aware on Monday that all poultry and captive birds need to be kept under cover. And this is a huge task for our trading standards team. So I just ask all elected members, if you, as leaders within your communities, whether you could just keep your eyes and ears open on anything that might be worth mentioning back to our teams, because it is a big task. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Dan Lister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Same report I'm happy to be taken as read, but I'll pick out some highlights. Rural England Prosperity Fund. So we've been awarded 1.16 million on that. We did hold 2 online focus groups, thematic workshops today. It was disappointing, though, that so many people who had asked for consultation in our previous allocations of funds, there was very few councillors who are represented within those focus groups today. The economy team have been awarded the inaugural Federation of Small Business Local Government Award for all-round small business friendly, which is really an indication of our commitment to small and medium enterprises. We've also launched our Go Northamptonshire marketing campaign, raising the profile of Northamptonshire to attract people here for day and overnight visitors, which includes family days out for under £10. As I reported last time, we've now completed on the former BHS building. We expect work to start stripping asbestos will start early in the new year. The Guildhall, Vulcan Works, the recruitment process is now well underway, and all businesses who have expressed interest are now being contacted to see if they would still like to go into the space. Levelling Up funds, we're still waiting for an announcement from the government for our submission. That was made on the 28th of July. Tender submission for Market Square have been in and received, and we're just going through those to make sure they fit within our specification. And the Spon Arcade car park work started on the 31st of October, with work due to finish in spring 2023. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lister. Councillor Malcolm Longley.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, I'll stick to some brief points here. You may recall, those that were here, the last financial report, I was reporting an overspend potentially of 7.6 million. Period 5 has improved on that to 5.6. And period 6, which is just about to be published, is the report you can dial into anytime you like, we're now talking 4.9. So what that means is we've made progress on a month-by-month basis. Still a little way to go, though, because that's just a half year. We're now in period 8. I'll keep you all informed. The children's is the most difficult area, but we've had some serious meetings with them, and I think we'll make some progress there. They're a good bunch, and they're trying very, very hard to keep their budget, but of course they've got things to do. So that's where I think the area will be, but we'll make up for that elsewhere. So making progress. I'll move on to, that's this year's budget. Next year's budget is in progress, as you probably know. Again, going to be tricky, but we've made good progress there, and I'm very interested in any inputs from anybody on the other side of the room. Please do so. Now's the time to do it, and see where we can go on that. On the Treasury side, interest rates went up by 0.75% today. Now, oddly enough, that actually works for us. So we'll expect to see quite an improvement in the Treasury performance over the next few months, over the next half year. So that's a good one. And then finally, I'll finish on the pension issue, although it's not on my report. You may recall, I think it was Catherine over there, asked me what the impact of all the ups and downs of the financial market were on the pension fund. Very important to a lot of people here. So, of course, we tackled that. And quite bizarrely, it actually worked for us, much to my surprise. So I think we're okay on the pension. So that's not been damaged. It certainly hadn't the last time I looked. So, Chair, that about sums me up, I think.
Thank you, Councillor Longley. Councillor Mike Hallam.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to start by giving a brief update on the pay award.
Nationally, members will have seen that Unison have accepted the national pay offer. Unfortunately, we are still waiting on other unions, which I hope they will do shortly, which would enable us to get the remainder of the pay increase for 22-23 into pay packets in time for Christmas. As a reminder, we already kind of speculated a 2.5% pay increase, so part of our pay increase has already been in staff's pockets since April. Therefore, what will happen is the remainder will follow, and just as a further reminder, that'll be the National Pay Award plus a quarter, which we agreed last year. It does also strike me as a bit bizarre that typically we end up getting pay awards into staff pockets more than 2/3 of the way through a financial year, which is why we took the measure we did back in April. So I'd truly love to be in a position where the 23-24 award is agreed in time to pay it in April. That would mean that staff will have had an initial pay rise in April 22, a top-up around December 22, and a further pay rise in April 23. And I hope that really highlights how important we value our staff at this time. Secondly, I did just want to pull out some points around IT transformation. Unfortunately, Councillor Breeze stole my thunder a bit with talking a little bit about the IT harmonisation of the planning portal. So I won't go into that into too much detail. Obviously, it covers both areas. But I did just want to thank the IT project team that have been working really hard on this. You know, it's a big old project with lots of technical complexities to bring this all together. So I wanted to say thank you to them. In terms of other recent transformation projects that have come to fruition, our new EE recruitment system is now live, as well as our new internal IT help desk system. And they obviously replace multiple internal systems from the former councils, with new, in each case, with new single unified systems. Next project up for approval is our mobile telephony project, which if you've read the Cabinet agenda, you'll realise goes to Cabinet on Tuesday for approval. So I look forward to talking about that then.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hallam. And Councillor Fiona Baker.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, I would like to just take this opportunity to apologise to the gentleman who came this evening to tell us the story of his son. His case did come to my attention a couple of days ago. I am actively looking at what we can do to help him as we speak. Also apologise for the shortness of my report this time. Various things, as I'm sure you know, came into play with me having to take some time off, plus the fact that we had Ofsted who moved in with us for 3 weeks in the children's service, so it was a very intense time there, and I expect to get you a much more in-depth report from the Children's Service for the next council meeting. And the Ofsted report will be published on the 25th of November, which will be very detailed, so we can have a good look at all those areas, which is very helpful to us all, so we can see what areas we really need to concentrate going forward into the future. As education is concerned, we now have a stable team there. For a long time, we've had a lot of interim people and temporaries and et cetera, We now have got a team of senior management staff that are in place. We've just now got to fill some vacancies in other areas to make sure that we can reply on time, which is my really big passion, that if we say we'll ring you on Tuesday, we actually do. And that's something I've been working on very hard for the last few weeks. I just wanted to sort of highlight something I'm bringing to the Cabinet report next week. And this is something we've been working on for about the last 6 months, because it was understood between myself and the team that we needed to revolutionise the way that we looked at our SEND strategy. And we have been working very hard to make huge changes to that. And we will be making a launch on the 17th of November at Northampton School for Boys, where we are inviting teachers, SENCOs, and some parents to give us their views. And we will be doing a lot of training on how we want our schools to look after those children that are able to go into mainstream school. And this is really important as the start of our new strategy. And we have already had 400 people sign up for the workshops that we'll be presenting there for the entire day. So that has been very successful in that group of people. We've also got NHS people and police coming along as well to help with all that situation. So that will be in the papers for the Cabinet report next week. I think I've said many times, so I'm quite happy to say it again and again, and the team that I work with know how absolutely passionate I am to make this SEND situation better. It feels personal to me that it's got to improve. But in order to do that, we need to actually take it apart and look at what's going wrong. First of all, we need more provision. We need more staff to deal with the enormous increase that we've had following COVID of young people that are really struggling and really do need our help. We need more people with professional qualifications to do the assessments, and then we will be able to deal with the arrears and have a really good service, which we are hoping West Northants Council will have in the future. And I agree that we should be doing all the things that were read out.
To see that this has been picked up as a concern by the auditors, as it clearly wasn't working well. When will we expect to see those recommendations? Number 2, on the housing solutions, we have a lot of empty buildings. Rather than sell them off, have we looked at turning them into temporary housing? The Debt and Money Advice Project, where can I find out the information on where this is and in which village, please? And then on the social care reform, the online financial assessment tool, it says it will speed up the process and get to help people get a care plan in place promptly. But as we've got a national shortage of carers, I was speaking to a lady this week that's been in hospital for 2 weeks. She's got the money that she can fund it herself, but she's actually been in hospital now for 28 days because they can't find a carer for her. So just wondered how that would speed that up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Randall. Councillor Nunn, would you like to take that question? Thank you.
Yeah, home to school transport was an issue that we asked the auditor to look at. We're not at all happy that it's delivering for its customers or delivering efficiently. So we look forward to their results. I think they're due to come fairly imminently. Councillor Larratt might know more, but I understand their work is completed and it's relatively imminent. So it'll be soon. That'll be soon. And I'm quite looking forward to seeing that, or to seeing what the issues are so we can solve them. We know it's not right. Empty buildings and housing and so on, again, might be more Councillor Longley, but there is a lot of work going on every piece of property that the council owns to make sure we're getting the most effective use of it, whatever that means, whether that's the financial use or the best community use, including which, of course, we recently passed at Cabinet a proposal on the community use of buildings and how they're used. But across every piece of property, there's a decision, there's an assessment of what it would best do and how it would best contribute to the council and to the local community. Where does the debt and money advice operate? Probably Councillor David Smith could chip in on this. I would imagine we've got that information accessible on the website, though. I think where you might be picking up, in my report, wherever we're doing transformation, I've listed some of these things, and that's why they've picked them up. But some of them will be the better people, perhaps, to answer. And debt and money, I think it'll probably be David.
Councillor Nunn. Councillor David Smith, would you like to add to that point then?
I'll come back to you, Wendy, on that, and I'll give you a fully and comprehensive response as opposed to a very brief one, because there's quite a bit to be commented on there. Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Sally Bedsworth.
Chairman, can I just add to Councillor Nunn's reply with regard to homeschool?
Thank you. Yes, please do.
With regard to homeschool transport,
Okay.
I understand that the report is going to the next meeting of the Audit Committee, and it will be published before that meeting.
Very helpful. Thank you, Councillor Larratt. Councillor Sally Bedsworth.
Thank you, Chair. Is the leader as concerned as much as I am about the cost of living effect it will have on the people of Northampton and the effect it will have on this council? Without a price cap on private housing, people are going to be evicted because they can't afford to live in those houses any further. Children will come into care because there'll be nowhere for them to go. And the bottom line as well is that people will put food on the table before they pay their council tax. I have real concerns about the impact it's really going to have on this council. It's a very, very dire situation.
Happy to answer, Chairman. Am I as worried as Councillor Beers? But I suspect I'm probably more worried. Indeed, reference housing caps. Difficult to start playing with housing markets and see the supply decline and all sorts. But specifically on housing, I don't know whether Councillor Brown could answer particularly on the housing cap. Otherwise, if not, to assure you, yes, I'm extremely worried about the cost of living crisis.
Thank you very much, Nate. Councillor Brown, would you like to respond on that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think it goes without saying that we have no power to set a price cap for private rents. I fear actually that the unintended consequence of any government doing so would actually be mass evictions as landlords choose to sell rather than continue to rent at what would be a capped price. But I share Councillor Beardsworth's and Councillor Nunn's concerns for everyone affected by the cost of living issues.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brown. That's very helpful. Councillor Bob Percy, you had some questions you'd like to ask.
Yes, I had two questions for Councillor Brown. Firstly, I want to thank Councillor Brown for his work on housing. We've made some important strides forward since the last council meeting, and I think we should note that. Just two questions. One is, are we collecting the fines that are being put on these private sector landlords who are breaking the rules? Are we collecting the fines? And then secondly, really welcome that we've got the new governance framework with NPH. What are the opportunities that that's going to provide for joining up services between the local authority and the various departments in the local authority and NPH? Then I've got a question for Councillor Breeze, which is the Section 106 Northampton review. When do you expect that now to be completed?
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chairman. In answer to the first question, yes, we are collecting the fines. There may be one or two that are still outstanding, but certainly the larger fines, I've had confirmation that they have been paid. So that's progressing as we'd wish. Actually, I think the beauty of having an ALMO is that it already presents opportunities to join up services, and we do precisely that with MPH. The new governance structure is simply about being better able to work alongside NPH to ensure that they're delivering on our priorities, such as the delivery of housing, the maintenance, and addressing tenants' needs. So I support our continued use of a social housing provider in West Northamptonshire, because it does present those opportunities to join up services such as adult social care, children, care leavers, all the solutions that cohort needs.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Breeze, would you like to answer the point that was raised?
I would like to answer, but I can't give a definitive date. But I will seek to find out the latest, most up-to-date estimate and come back to Councillor Pisser.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jonathan Harris, you have a question.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I've got several questions, actually. Firstly, to Councillor Brown. You mentioned in your report, Councillor Brown, the energy efficiency system scheme. Can I just clarify my understanding of that actually that is led by providers rather than by the council? So in other words, it's up to providers to be identifying those homes that would benefit from additional measures. And if that is the case, what role will the council actually play in making that work effectively? Shall I ask all my questions, if I may, Chair?
Yes, please.
Okay. A question for Councillor Smith, if I may. Councillor Smith, you'll know that I've asked questions in the past about the Councillor COVID Grant Fund. And if I understand the numbers correctly in your report, it would seem to suggest that 56 councillors have either partially or not at all spent their funds yet. And I don't really know what the delay is in allocating these funds. They were set aside specifically for bounce back from COVID. Could I suggest that if councillors are struggling for a good cause or two, then maybe look no further than supporting perhaps warm spaces in communities? There are many of those being established. Or in fact, the community larders or food banks. All of those are in great demand. Councillor Longley, if I may. You mentioned that we have a downward trend in terms of the overspend. What impact is that having on recruitment, and how many roles are we actually freezing as a result of this? So obviously concerned about what impact that may have on services. And more of a comment for Councillor Lister. I think it is a partial question. Would you give consideration to the sorts of consultations that took place today being outside of working hours. Part of the issue is that councillors do work, so I would think that would help encourage attendance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nunn, would you like to take the first point that was raised there? No, Councillor Brown, thank you.
Yeah, in answer to Councillor Harris's question, yeah, my understanding is that it is registered providers who will be delivering the funding that's been secured from government, but the council will work alongside our registered providers. Obviously, we manage the housing allocations that puts people into those homes, and we'll be ensuring that the money is spent in the correct homes for the correct families. So we'll work in partnership with those RPs.
Thank you. Councillor Breeze, would you like to take a point that was raised?
I don't think there was a question directed at me at this occasion.
Okay. Councillor Longley, there was a point that raised to you. Do you have an answer at all?
Indeed, there was. Indeed, I have. Yes, it is Jonathan, it is a downward trend, I'm very pleased to say. I hope it continues. So you did actually refer then to recruitment. And what happens, the current system is that every Friday morning there's a group meet, and any applications for recruitment are put before the group, and if it's a justified situation, it's agreed.
Thank you. Councillor Lister, you had a point that was raised.
Yeah, happy to consider it. I have already asked the company who do them on our behalf if they would be able to do them in the evening next time.
Thank you. And Councillor Rosie Humphreys, you have a question.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I've got questions for Councillor Breeze, Councillor Larratt and Councillor Smith, please. Councillor Breeze, the Planning and Service Improvement briefing last 4th of October you referred to was extremely welcome, but it's somewhat of an indictment that less than half members attended, and as you pointed out, it's the same lot. At that briefing, we were told there are about 605 applications already still to be determined. That figure doesn't seem to have changed since then, according to your report now. If you could comment on that, please. The Teams meeting yesterday with the Planning Advisory Service was also very welcome. I'd be interested to know when we get the feedback for that and when you were aiming to reintroduce pre-application service. For Councillor Larratt, please. Thank you for your report. On active travel, it was good to hear the details of the revenue funding allocation. Every town but Northampton, our biggest one, of course, looks to be having a local cycling and walking infrastructure plan. Could you just comment on why there's not one planned for Northampton? And for David Smith, Councillor Smith, moving on accommodation for Ukrainian guests, something that I have a personal interest in. You talk about funding possibly in the private sector. I did hear a shocking comment from a resettlement officer who said that private landlords for Ukrainians were insisting on a deposit, 6 months rent in advance, plus a guarantor, which is obviously going to be out of the question. So what conversations you're having with any private landlords, I'd be interested to hear. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Humphreys. Councillor Breeze, would you like to reply to the first question?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Your first question was on the number of outstanding applications, which is still around the 600 limit figure. There is another planning focus week planned for December, when hopefully we can reduce that figure again. It did reduce by about 180 after the last planning focus week. So it is stabilised, but it is going to take concentrations of effort to bring it down. The pre-apps, I will get the date. I'll come back to you on the determined date, because I haven't got it in my head at the moment. It is recognised that bringing back the pre-app service is absolutely vital in improving the quality of applications that come forward for consideration and speeding up the processing of these applications, as well as being a useful income resource for the council. And the peer review, my understanding is it's a fairly speedy response, and I would have thought the next couple of weeks.
Thank you. Councillor Larratt, would you like to add to your points?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We haven't as yet got an active travel strategy for West Northamptonshire. We have moved ahead with LC whips for Brackley and for Daventry, and there's been a little work going on with regard to Northampton, but that hasn't really come to fruition as yet. Our priority at the moment is to see through the Daventry and Brackley plans, and then we will be working on the strategy from which the Northampton infrastructure plan will drop out. But I think it's time we got the strategy. Now that we've been awarded the money to do it, we need to get that strategy up and running, and then the Northampton plan can drop out of that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Loud. Councillor David Smith, would you like to respond to the points?
I will also respond to Councillor Harris's question as well. So the funds with regard to the Council of COVID Fund, that is specifically for COVID-related requirements. So it simply couldn't go to some of those suggested other needy causes. It's down to each individual councillor as to how, when they spend their COVID fund, obviously subject to the various controls. As it stands, runs through to the 31st of March, or sorry, into the new financial year, or until the end of this financial year. Any assistance that any councillor would require, we are reaching out to them. And again, it may be in some wards that one ward councillor's spent all theirs and another one hasn't, so they might want to have a quiet word with their ward councillor to spend some of that. In response to Councillor Humphreys, landlords, clearly they set their own terms. I'm not aware of any special terms, if that's what the suggestion is, but what I will do is I'll speak with our resettlement team and get to the bottom of this and see whether the Ukrainians are suffering or being required more than normal. What we can do about that, I don't know, but I will come back to you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I've got a question here from Councillor Janice Duffy.
The climate emergency is truly upon us, and so is the amount of rain that is coming down. So I'd like to ask the portfolio holder how much investment is going into the preparation and maintenance of our flood defences. I'm particularly concerned about Talavera, of course. The lakes, one lake in particular has been forgotten about, but because of my campaign has been cleared. But there's a major danger of the lakes being silted up and going stagnant. There's various ponds that are stinking, fly tips, etc. The lakes are an important part of the protection, after all, that keeps the houses of my residents, some of whom are on the lowest incomes and perhaps can't afford insurance, safe from being flooded. So much money was spent by the old council and also by Growing Together charity in regenerating these lakes. It's so sad to see the neglect that WNC has been giving them, as it has to other assets that WNC owns. There's, of course, this time of year, there's leaves and drains are becoming blocked. And it's also slightly frustrating to see Abberton Park toilet block, which has adequate facilities, getting £1.2 million to replace these facilities, whereas Lingsfield, which has received WN investments for a trim track, green gym, skateboard park, has no facilities whatsoever for toilets. It's just dreadful that all this money is going to Abberton Park once again, and the Eastern District once again is being neglected. St Peter's Church on Lingsfield, I understand recently from one of the senior councillors here, has been boarded up. I'd like to know, perhaps in an email from the portfolio holder, what is happening in that regard. And I'd also like to see if Talavera is going to receive the £1.2 million it so deservedly needs, because it's vital for these housing estates to be protected and to have the lakes included in the flood defences. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. I think those points probably were headed towards yourself, Councillor Larratt, if you'd like to go through any of those areas.
Can I just say, Chairman, that Councillor Duffy did email me over the last couple of days asking all these questions about the lakes, and I have forwarded that to officers and I'm awaiting their response. As soon as I get that response, I will provide the councillor with the answers to that question. I'm not too sure of the actual impact and how the lakes across Northampton work in relation to the flood strategy. For example, I could take you to many lakes, not in the Eastern District, that are silted up and have been for a long time. I think particularly you know of one in particular, Mr. Chairman, in your area. So I'm trying to find out the significance of them in relation to the flood defences of the town as well. With regard to Abington Park toilets, the toilets that we're talking about are regularly the subject of vandalism. 90% of the time they're closed. We're not talking about the ones up near the bowling greens. We're talking about the ones down at the back of the old Rose Garden. They have been an absolute drain on the purse of this council. Now, if we can replace them and prevent the vandalism and save the money that we're having to spend day in, day out because of that, all to the good. Abington Park is the most popular. You've only got to drive through there, and I drive through there every day. Every park is of importance, but Abington Park is the most used facility we have in the Northampton area, and therefore it's important that we ensure that the facilities are there for people. The children's play area there, if you don't want toilets available for the children to use when they're in that play area, we won't build them. Simple as that. But, my priority is to give the service to the most used area and to the benefit of the most. And plus the fact there are football pitches in that area, we need the changing rooms there as well. So there's massive use of that park. It's the most used park in West Northamptonshire, and therefore it needs the facilities. The facilities that are there are absolutely abysmal and costing this council too much money to keep going. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Larratt. That's very helpful. Councillor Ian McCord, you have some points.
Thank you, Chairman. My question's to Rebecca. No doubt she will be aware that Persimmon Homes are in breach of planning permission in my ward, not having provided the road infrastructure to accompany the houses they built in the ward next door. So what does she plan to do to restore faith in the planning process and, more importantly, maintain highway safety, which was given as the reason for imposing the condition in the first instance?
I'm aware that this issue has gone to our Chief Executive and our Director of Planning to look at. I have awaiting their responses and will report back in due course.
Thank you very much. Councillor Emma Roberts, you've got some questions.
Thank you, Chair. I had some questions for Councillor Goby, who's not here, so I can send them in writing, but I wonder if somebody else would present the report and take the questions for him. So there's in the report, it mentions the Pioneer Laps, and I just wanted clarification on the locations of those Pioneer Laps. I don't remember reading it in the other report. Apologies if I've missed it. And there's quite a lot of conversation about the implementation of online tools for people to be able to get support and access to benefits and systems. That, whilst is good for some people, is really worrying for others. And the number of people that communicate with me already who find that difficult, who I help and support, is already large. If we're pushing them to an online perspective and we don't give them that individual support that they get from perhaps the customer service team or the one-stop shop or the debt teams or MPH or any of those people, if we're pushing them away from that, I think that's going to be a problem. So I'd just like some clarity that we're not saying it's one and not the other. For Councillor Larratt, I sympathise with Councillor Duffy with regards to queries over flooding. This last couple of weeks in Farcotton, we've had a significant issue with the drains again. I have to commend the out-of-hours highways team, who were absolutely brilliant and answered my call late at night and actioned the matter that evening. But the issue still remains that those drains in those streets in Farcotton and surrounding, and it was also along the road at Morrison's as well, and at the bottom of Southbridge, were still full of water, and I'm talking about going over the top of cars. So the question is, when we had the reports with regards to the flooding, there was lots of actions that were the Borough Council at the time were asked to undertake. We've seen an improved cleaning regime in Farcotton, certainly. I'll accept that, but I haven't seen any detail of those actions. Could we get an updated report on what we intend to do? I know the flood team are very, very stretched, raised before, but we need to understand what's happening, because if the highways team had been called to another emergency, for example, they wouldn't have been able to get to that and support it. Then questions for David Smith, for Councillor Smith. I also wanted to raise the Council Community Fund. You partially answered my query. I sympathise with Councillor Harris. What I think he was asking, and I think I'm right, and what I was intended to ask was, if there are funds still available and there are councillors who are, for whatever reason, struggling to spend those funds, can we not have a conversation about that? Rather than it almost be a fear that, oh, you, councillor, you're not doing very good because you haven't spent your money. Can we not have a conversation about, hi, we haven't, I haven't, I've got an issue, can you help me spend it? Because there might be many of us that have already spent up a long time ago and are very happy to spend it. It's not a political point. That's a genuine, if there are people waiting for this money, let's get it out to them. I've raised some queries with regards to the shopping trolley policy. The collection of shopping trolleys, sorry, not a policy that we have on shopping trolleys. I've raised that with officers. The answers I'm getting are a little bit confusing, David, so I wonder whether or not you could get me some clearer answers. The Borough Cabinet passed a particular policy that it would collect the shopping trolleys and recharge the supermarkets. From the answers I'm getting, it doesn't look like that was ever implemented and that we haven't actually done any work on that or generated any revenue from it. Sorry, somebody, Councillor McCord, have you asked your question?
Councillor Roberts.
I've asked.
Can we have a little bit of order, please? Okay, I'm trying to give everybody a fair chance to ask questions. Councillor Roberts, please do ask your question.
Thank you, David. I think that was a question. Can you get me the instructions with regards to what we've done on that process and policy?
Order, please. Order. Please allow
Chair,
colleagues
Councillor
to finish the
McCord has been incredibly rude. I didn't interrupt him talking about his ward. I don't expect him to interrupt me.
Thank you. If we can all please give the opportunity for councillors, colleagues to ask their questions, please do put it as succinctly as possible. Thank you. I have Councillor Roberts asking her question. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The report touches on domestic abuse and sexual violence, and I really give you credit for this week for your conversations with me with regards to the action you're taking around Reclaim the Night. I do just want confirmation that the White Ribbon campaign process is going to be discussed with officers as part of your task and finish group that you mentioned, so that we can look at having that process reconsidered at that task and finish group. The question, apologies, commissioning services. It's touched on in a couple of the reports around the debt and advice service. I know some queries have gone in from providers of those services to the community engagement team around how the commissioning service is going to work for the next year. The answers don't seem to be very clear. If we could have a clearer update on what the position is on how we're going to commission those services. Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Baker, thank you for the report. And I also thank you to Ben and yourself for answering partial of my question, because it was very long, so I tried to shorten it, so appreciated. The the Send Ranges workshops that are being discussed on the 17th of November, I'm still not clear how people were invited to that and how people were chosen. It's brilliant that there's 400 people attending, but I'm not clear on how people were invited and how they were attending, and particularly how parents were chosen to attend. So I think that's really crucial. The Send accountability...
Councillor Roberts, sorry. Could I, in all fairness, ask you now to wrap up, because you've had a little bit of time there, and we have just 7 minutes to go before the end of this item, and I know there are many other colleagues who also like to ask questions. You've had quite a few, you've got 4 Cabinet members ready with answers to give you on those questions you've already asked.
Appreciated, Chair, but you've run through everybody and we're now asking all our questions at the same time, so I can only go through them on the list.
And Councillor Roberts, you've just asked 4 Cabinet members questions. I'm going to give them the chance now to answer. So could I have Councillor Golby, please? He's not here.
Not here.
But the substitute for Councillor Golby's questions, please answer. Councillor Brown, thank you, will answer that.
I can answer Councillor Roberts' first question about the 2 Pioneer laps. So we have DSN 4, which covers the Deanshanger, Toasterland Road, Bugbrook and Tackleton and Grange Park wards. 4 Conservative member nominations will go on to that lap. And then the second lap is N4 in Northampton, which covers Castle, Abington and Phipsville, St George and Dallington Spencer wards. And there'll be 4 Labour member nominations from councillors representing those wards going on to that lap.
Thank you.
Both of those have now met, by the way.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Baker, if you'd like to answer the point that's raised there, please.
I just wanted to answer Councillor Roberts' question about the online facility that we're encouraging residents to go to, and want to assure her that both myself and Councillor Larratt constantly bring up the section of our society that aren't able to do that. So we will be pressing for there to be alternatives through our libraries, etc., so that we can help people to fill these forms in that aren't able to access the internet in the way that they're being directed to do.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. Councillor Larratt, you had a point that was raised then.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I first of all thank the councillor for her comments regarding the out-of-hours service. You're not the only councillor to reflect those views, but I do thank that positive feedback which has already been passed to our contractors. I think it is recognised that there are still issues in the Far Cotton area, and I think we need to look at the sustainability of the drainage system throughout the Far Cotton area. I have to say that the Assistant Director of Highways is very keen to look at drainage issues, and we've got quite a lot of them across West Northamptonshire. I've visited Weedon recently, Woodburkett, and seen the problems that there actually are. Far Cotton's by no means unique, but I do think we need to look at the long-term sustainability of the drainage system in that area. So I will have that discussion with the officers and see how we can take that forward and get some resolution to ensure that the situation that is arising down there, because I think it's fairly well resolved that a lot of work has been done. The system has been maintained better over the last few years than it perhaps has been, but problems are still there. We need to look at it more in the long term than what we're looking at now, and I'll instigate that and speak to you later in due course.
Thank you, Councillor Larratt. And Councillor Smith, there was a question raised with you.
Thank you, Chair. So shopping trolleys, yeah, I mean, having discussions with the AD from Regulatory Services around this. So I've been made aware of the previous council's arrangements. They need to be brought into place. There should be a contractor, so I'll have further discussion. I'll come back to you on that. Happy to engage in relation to COVID, the Council of COVID Fund. So yeah, pick up the phone, we'll have a chat, absolutely. The Tasker Finish group around the white ribbon, yes, that was actually, they met this afternoon, and I'll give you a call tomorrow on that one. And debt advice, etc., with the community engagement team, again, I'll talk with them, and then because clearly you need some good, clear guidance on that and get some traction, so come back to you on that. So we might have a busy call tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Councillor Inam Haq, you have some questions you'd like to raise.
Thank you, Chairman. This question is to Cabinet Member for Regeneration, Councillor Lister. First of all, congratulations to our WNC economy team. Recognized at the inaugural Federation of Small Business Local Government Awards for the hard work they do. It is really important we grow the local economy where we can. Can we put a monetary value on the work that this team does? Are they building social value into their work? How is that evidenced? And my first question is, which is on page 43. As our local economy is 90% SMEs, it is clearly important we do all we can to support local small businesses, and especially hard to reach one. Sometimes they get overlooked. 35 to 45 Abington Street. With the development at the old BHS and Mark and Spencer site, will be a family-friendly development, or will it be yet again aimed at single professional? On page 46, for water site and heritage, if the car park development at this station is paused for some reason, because of the concept is out of date and costs are making it unrealistic, will that undermine the development of the heritage park? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hack. Councillor Lister, would you like to answer those questions?
Yeah, on social value, I think Councillor Hallam has done some work on that, so he's going to answer that one. Marks and Spencer's site, we're looking at high-quality housing, which is family-friendly, because we want to encourage families back into the town and living in the town, certainly. So, yeah, that's what we're looking for, and certainly small unit shops. Heritage Park, don't think it's going to impact the Heritage Park, as far as I'm aware. Not that I've heard, anyway. But I'll keep you up to date if I do. And if I pass over to Councillor Hallam on social value.
Thank you, Councillor Lister. Yeah, we've been busy working on social value policies with our procurement team, and it's going to filter through everything that we do. What I think is really important is if you look at local government or any tender in the public sector or even in the private sector, most tenders now have a little box that says, what's your social value? But it's about carrying that through and actually putting it into practice rather than just having it in a tender exercise and giving it a few points. So we've done a whole load of work on this. I was trying to find an email then to forward on to you, Councillor Hack, which I think you find interesting, but my email seems to be playing up, so I'll do that when it starts behaving itself again.
Thank you, Councillor Hallam. That's now given us 1 hour completely on this item, as item 7 on the Constitution, and therefore I ask for the meeting and all members to give assent in terms of the record of decisions that were made at the Cabinet meetings in September and October and the reports therein. Do I have agreement?
Chair,
Thank you very
can
much
I just
indeed.
make a comment?
Councillor Bedsworth, can you bear with me just for a moment, please?
Yeah.
Do I have full agreement, please, on that item? Thank you very much. Councillor Bedsworth, do you have a point to raise?
I do, Chair. I didn't realise, I thought we were going to talk about individual Cabinet members like we did before, because I had several questions for different Cabinet members, and I didn't realise. I think we have to make it more, explicit what you are expecting us to ask questions on. I asked the leader question, I had questions for other Cabinet members, but unfortunately, because I was obeying the rules and doing one at a time, that I wasn't allowed to get in and speak to the questions I wanted to. So I think if you're going to have a different way of working, you really need to inform us what you're doing.
Thank you, Councillor Bedsworth. At this point in the meeting now, as we have quite a packed agenda, I'd like to break now for a comfort break. It is now 20 minutes to 8 o'clock, and please return at 5 to latest. Thank you. Now it's 5 to 8 on my watch. And if we can now start the meeting, please. Item 8, the Youth Justice Plan. I'd like to invite Councillor Fiona Baker to introduce the report and move the proposal. You have 5 minutes. Thank you. Councillor Baker is just warming up for her 5 minutes of presentation of the report. Thank you, Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Chairman. I was just pausing for a second for people to sit down and stop making so much noise, so before I started. I just wanted to highlight a couple of things to start off with that I've got 3 reports this evening, but they are reports that have come from the Children's Trust. All of these 3 items are under the Children's Trust, and this exactly the same report will be going to Northamptonshire because, as you are all aware, it's a shared service. So the Youth Offending Plan is the first one, and it's presented to Council today and outlines several key areas. It's quite a large pack of information, so I think you've probably got most of what you need there, but our Youth Offending Service sits within Northamptonshire's Children's Trust, as I've said, and works with children and young people across the whole of Northamptonshire. The purpose of this report is to present the Northamptonshire Youth Justice Strategic Plan for 22-23. The Youth Justice Plan provides details of progress made against agreed outcomes for children and young people. It outlines priorities alongside potential future challenges for the partnership over the coming year. The Youth Justice Plan highlights the partnership arrangements and budget position for the Youth Offending Service. Youth offending and the partnership follow a child first and the whole family approach, and whilst there remain many challenges, many challenges in some cases, certainly in relation to serious youth violence, there is progress being made in some areas to ensure children and young people are supported and, where appropriate, diverted to avoid criminalisation and stigma. The report outlines several areas where the innovation has been used to improve areas of practice. For example, the implementation of the Alternative to Custody panel, which I'm very pleased to see, which was introduced in 2021, which works to ensure as few young people as possible are retained in custody. I'm sure you are, like me, would actually not want young people to be retained in custody, and an alternative is a good move forward. However, there remains challenges. There has been an increase since last year of young people being identified as suspects or offenders, and youth violence continues to be a concern and a priority. A new serious youth violence pilot will be developed in the Wellingborough area to start to find ways to address this issue. The strategic priorities for the service are around reducing the number of first-time entrants, reducing reoffending, and protecting the public from harm and decreasing serious violence. This youth offending plan sets out the work which will be undertaken to ensure children and young people have the appropriate support in place and to enable them to reach their full potential. It is recommended Council approve the Youth Justice Plan for 2022-23, as well as being a requirement of statute. The Youth Justice Plan forms part of the Council's policy framework, and approval by the Council is therefore required. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Councillor Mark Hughes, second the proposal. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, delighted to second this report, and I can only praise how it reflects our wider ambitions to ensure we enhance the life chances of all young people within our unitary, particularly for our collective work to increase and empower pathways to wider education, training and employment opportunities, and this report is central to that. So I can only commend the work of everyone in producing this report, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. I have a couple of speakers already like to ask questions. Councillor Stone. You have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. This report makes very serious reading, doesn't it? And it shows me, and it shows everybody, the cumulative impact of us having no investment in the early years, in children and in youth. This is a report about alienated youth, and it really, really worries me. And I'm glad to see that there's going to be some ameliorating projects put in, but it's not enough. We've got to really get to grips and understand what has happened to our children over the last 12, 15 years. It's not been a good time for them at all. We've lost the youth service. We've lost the Sure Start services. We've got early years provision that is on a cliff edge at the moment because they can't afford to go on running. There's all we've had COVID, the COVID experience. We've had children's education disrupted. We have got 21 county lines operating in the Eastern District. We've got over 40 county lines operating in Northampton. Our children are being exposed to the most awful grooming by these gangs. They're being really successful. We can see them. You can walk around Northampton and you can see gangs of drug dealers dishing out drugs to kids on bikes. We've got alienated youth. We've got a local economy that is offering our young people cheap jobs with no career pathways, no training needed. That is something that depresses educational ambition and achievement. There is more than one thing that needs to happen here to address the needs of our young people, and we need to start taking it a lot more seriously. Preventing violent crime is after it's happening, isn't it? We've got to put in a lot more preventative work.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stone. Councillor Beardsworth.
Thank you, Chair. We haven't had a youth service in this county for many years. I can remember when we used to have youth workers going out into the community, working with hard-to-reach children to stop this sort of behaviour happening. The trouble is, there's nothing for them to do. From the ages of 10 up to 17, when they can go and out for an evening to a club or have a drink, even illegally, there's nothing for them to do at all. And all we do is we try and dampen down the fires. I had an email from one of my residents this morning who was frightened to go out of her house after 5 o'clock at night because there's gangs of youth in her stairwell. She lives in a flat. She's reported it to the police and got a fireworks sent at her because they know that she's complained. I get hardly any cooperation from the police whatsoever. There doesn't seem to be hardly anyone in Kingsthorpe. And there's a PCSO that works extremely hard, but that's the only contact I get. I've been in touch with Northampton Partnership Homes. Their antisocial behaviour they're having everywhere. It's a real problem, and we've got to do something to prevent it. And if you can take children, it's been proven fact that if you can take children and give them something useful to do, something they enjoy, something they can afford, something that there's some meaning to, they'll enjoy it and take part. Team sports are huge. The Jets are trying to get something up and running in Kingsthorpe, and I know Councillor Brown is working hard towards that, but it seems like drawing teeth to get anything done for young people at all in this town and the county. So it really is a problem, and unless we do something about it, it's only going to get worse. And we really, really can't. We have youths riding around on scooters, intimidating people, with 2 on a bike, on a scooter, and they just leave them just where they drop, where people can't get past them or walk over them. We are ending up with a whole generation of children that have little control, little ambition, and nothing to do.
Thank you, Councillor Beardsworth. Councillor Hallam.
Thank you, Chairman. I wasn't going to speak, but I had to come back on that point that Councillor Beardsworth raised. There is nothing to do. How utterly insulting to the many hard-working individuals and community groups that are out there working with young people. There's sports, there's football teams, there's community groups. There's a whole range of activities that young people look at. In the Chronicle and Echo tonight, there's an article about Chantel Cameron. She's talking about her latest title defence. I'd thoroughly encourage Councillor Beersworth to read that. She's a WBC heavyweight champion of the world in her category, and she hails from Far Cotton Boxing Club. So I do think it's a bit rich to say there's nothing to do. There's young people out there that are standing out and making amazing examples for themselves. So please, please, Google it, buy the paper and read about Chantel Cameron, and there's many, many other good examples. To say there's nothing to do is a bit rich.
Thank you, Councillor Hallam. Councillor Randall.
Yeah, thank you. I think what Councillor Beardsworth said was there was nothing to do if you haven't got any money to do something, and that is the issue, because a lot of these lads, and it seems to be more lads. I come across a group last week actually, when they was in half term, they're just hanging around in the evening, and these clubs aren't open in the evening, and this is when they're targeted. So I think, you know, this is the thing, that they are vulnerable. They hang around in a group, they're approached by people, they offer them money, quick bit of money, go and run this down there for me. So yes, there are all those things around, but it's at a time in the evening, that is when they would have been youth clubs, that is when they're hanging around, and that is when they're more vulnerable. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Randall. Councillor Sharps, I think you had your hand up.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to see this report. Thank you, Councillor Baker. She took it for me. I agree with some of my fellow councillors that it's difficult for young people to find things to do. And yes, there are some great advocates for those children and young people that have found things to do. But that is a particularly niche one that you mentioned there, Councillor Hallam. And it's brilliant. Equally, I could mention young people in Brackley, but I'm not going to because they may not want me to. What I will say is, though, we need to support more the societies and groups that bring to us these wonderful clubs, and not make them sit for several months waiting for grants and applications that make them worry about whether or not they have groups and young leaders. And that is a big problem. But I know that Councillor Baker is aware of that. But I currently am a trustee of one particular group who runs a successful youth club. It is possible. You can entertain young people. And I would say to all my councillors, get involved. Get involved and do it in your community, because that's the only way it will happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sharps. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Chair. Many of you will have heard me mention this particular study and statistic in the past, but in this context, I think it does have to be mentioned again. A YMCA report fairly recently looked at the whole of Northamptonshire, because the councils were not split at that time, and it identified that there had been a 94% change in investment in youth services in the whole of Northamptonshire since 2010. And that equates to the 14th lowest spending by any local authority from 173. So nobody is decrying the efforts that people are taking to encourage and generate youth activity. But it is a fact that there has been massive funds taken away from this effort. So therefore, we shouldn't be surprised if we have issues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Baker, would you like to respond to the debate?
Thank you, Chairman.
Sorry, Councillor Rumans.
Sorry.
You had a, sorry, Councillor Baker. Councillor Rumans, do you have a point there?
Yeah, it was just a couple of bits on youth services. Just in response to a few points made, I think it's really important to identify that there are kind of two sides to this. And there is a lot that the council can do, but I think in delivery of what are very grassroots services, sometimes a very large organisation like this might not be the best deliverer of it, and so being the facilitator, I think, is a really important part of that. In Kingsthorpe specifically, so obviously Sally's mentioned about Kingsthorpe Jets, something that both of us are involved with there, and further afield in Kingsthorpe, we're doing a piece of work at the moment with Kingsthorpe Parish Council to draw attention to all of the different services that currently go on in Kingsthorpe, because I'm absolutely convinced that so much of what goes on, actually people don't know about it. And so there are a lot of young people that simply aren't aware of a lot of the things that they can go along to and spend time doing. So a really simple thing that we're doing is we're putting together along on the new Parish Council website is a calendar that's going to have all the basic details of what events are going on, when they are, whether they charge or not, which age groups they might relate to, whether they're SEN related or not. Very basic details that will, I think, be put in a place that can then go a very far and a long way to be able to provide services to people that didn't know they were there in the first place. So there's kind of two sides to it. I would happily also say, yes, I think we do need more funding going into groups like this, and actually it's an area where we can get a very high kind of payback on the money that we put into them, unlike other areas of council. So that's probably another point for another day, but it's something to consider. But yeah, absolutely, there are two sides to this, and I do think looking at it from a grassroots perspective is really, really important.
Thank you, Councillor Rimmons. Councillor Baker, if you'd like to sum up, please. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. As councillors have pointed out, obviously, as lead member for Children's Services, I'm aware of every single thing you've mentioned. So please don't think you're telling me something I don't know already. We have actually been able to put in a bid for some government funding, and we have been working with Councillor Stone on this bid because there's 8.7 million that would be able to come into West Northants if we're successful. 5 areas in Northampton have been identified as being in need and eligible for this funding. We would develop then a youth offer, a key criteria of the Youth Investment Fund to apply to the whole of West Northants. Having a youth offer is also a criteria of bidding for the Youth Investment Fund. We've developed a multi-agency youth offer board and will convene a cross-party member board to work alongside it very soon. This will produce the youth offer, which will lead to a decision about whether the council puts in its expression of interest itself on behalf of the partnership, or whether the council supports other local organisations in eligible areas with their own bids. Our intention is to decide whether to submit a partnership expression of interest led by the council by Christmas. Bids are open until March 24, so we haven't run out of time yet. We've got time to plan. But actually, a bit going along what Councillor Randall was saying, and I do appreciate that there are loads and loads of things that are available, but there is a group of young people that are not engaging with any of those things. I know we had a star chamber for the Cabinet some time ago where we all put our desires on the board, and people will remember that I put roving youth workers because that's what I would like to see. Youth workers around the town that go to these field areas like behind the racecourse, etc., and engage with these young people to bring them back into our society, to show them that we actually do care about them. There is another way to go. There is a better life they could lead. And that's my desire to do that. And I'm working very hard on that principle. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd now ask the Democratic Services Manager to take the vote that we have established using the voting pads in front of you. Paul.
Thank you, Chairman. I've started the vote. Members should be able to vote yes, no, or can abstain. I can see a number of people are asking to talk, so please don't press the push to talk button on your microphone. Use the screen, which should have a yes, no, and abstain buttons on it. Thank you.
Councillor Melling, you have your hand up. Are you having problems in voting? Oh, right. Democrats Support Manager is just coming down to see you. Bear with me just for a moment. Thank you.
Register that up there. No, it's all right. No. Yes.
Chairman, I've got 68 votes for, none against and no abstentions.
Thank you very much indeed. In that case, the report is carried and supported of the Youth Justice Plan. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, item 9, the annual report of the Corporate Parenting Board. I'd like to invite Fiona Baker, Councillor Fiona Baker again, to introduce this report and move the proposal. You have 5 minutes, Councillor Baker.
Thank you very much, Chairman. This is the annual report of the Northamptonshire Corporate Parenting Board for 21-22. And as I said earlier on, this is the report that will also go to Northamptonshire at their council meeting, as it's a report from the Children's Trust. Northampton's children in care and care leavers are supported within Northamptonshire's Children's Trust, and the board remains a single entity covering the whole county and meets 6 times a year. Good corporate parenting means actively promoting the outcomes that any good parents would want for their children. Local authorities' corporate parenting responsibility is set out in legislation and has been emphasised in further statutory guidance and publications. The board's commitment is to set out in its pledge to children in care and care leavers. The annual report sets out how the board has fulfilled its statutory obligations to provide oversight and scrutiny of key annual service reports, including those of the virtual school, independent reviewing officers, health and fostering and adoption services. During the reporting period, topics included accommodation and placement sufficiency, mental health, independent visiting, and support for children at risk of entering care. Young people's influence over the board has increased, and it continues to liaise closely with the Children in Care and Care Leavers Councils. 2 care-experienced young people have been welcomed as permanent members of the board. Their participation and engagement are central to us ensuring the service is meeting the needs of children in care and care leavers. Young people's successes, large and small, are always celebrated, with young people receiving certificates and shopping vouchers in recognition of their accomplishments. Substantial progress has been made and achieved in meeting the challenges to the board set out by Ofsted and the NCT's improvement plan. A recent Ofsted inspection has further inspected the service to children in care and care leavers. It is recommended that the Council approves the establishment of corporate parenting operational groups as set out in section 3 on page 19 of the annual report, approves the inclusion of corporate parenting responsibilities being set out in every job description with NCT and West Northamptonshire Council as set out in section 3 on page 19 of the annual report, and approves NCT and West Northamptonshire Council becoming a fostering friendly employer as set out in section 3 on page 19 and 20 of the annual report. It is our aim to encourage businesses locally to take as many of our care leavers in as apprentices and work experience. We want to spread that throughout all of the businesses that we are aware of and recommend that any member that has contact with any business can speak to them and say, could you just give a child in care work experience from school, because this is so difficult for them to come by. So thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Baker. Councillor Louisa Fowler, I'd like to invite you to the second report. You have up to 3 minutes. Thank you.
It's been an honour to be a member of the Corporate Parenting Board over the last year, not least because 2 care-experienced young people regularly report to the board, highlighting areas of concern so that board members can focus on scrutinising the most important areas. The report reflects the work done over the last year and highlights what still needs to be done. So I'm pleased to recommend it to Council.
Thank you very much. Any members of the Council who wish to comment, please raise your hand. I've got Councillor Barrett.
Thank you for taking the time to present a detailed and comprehensive report on the workings of the Corporate Parenting Board. Being a second-year member myself, it's perhaps one of the best facets of being an elected member in this room. Our children in care are our most vulnerable in society and deserve the very best outcomes, and it's been clear to see in my day job that the care, attention and outcomes of our children in care are rapidly improving. Seeing this each day and being part of this room should make us all feel obligated to ensure these children are the priority, and I thank colleagues for their support in moving our provisions forward. I attended a celebration event for our children in care in August and was pleased to see such a positive turnout. Hearing parents, carers and children's voices on that day was quite inspiring actually. It's clear to see, and I'm expecting the Ofsted report later in the month to evidence this, that the improvement in child in care outcomes is heading in the right direction. There are, however, still gaps. And as I know you like constructive dialogue, as stated earlier, can you please tell me how we're planning on combating the problem of IRO caseload? We're at the high end of the national average, with each IRO holding 70 children. Only last week, I spoke to one who said their workload far exceeded 70. Safety of the children must come first. What are we planning to do to ensure that no gaps are created in this area? How are we going to create an easier caseload for those IROs? Smaller caseloads will enable more effective practice. Finally, I have to draw attention to, and it's a quote, currently less than 50% of all foster placements are achieved with NCT-approved foster carers. That is a stark and worrying statistic that needs immediate remedy and focus. Having such a low level of foster carers in-house creates a problematic gap, which is what we've seen via the NC Trust report, which is coming shortly after this, is extraordinarily expensive, with one agency placement costing over £500,000 per year. Having seen at first hand recently how a colleague has gone through the process of fostering, opening her home up, giving children a caring and loving home, you'd expect the process to be stress-free and with ease. Worryingly for me, the process has been simply not good enough, blighted with errors, caused stress and unneeded anxiety to a fantastic carer, teacher and woman who's done the right thing and offered her help. I had to personally intervene to ensure she was paid the agreed amount for beds, clothes and other necessities after months of repeated failure of payment. Not all carers have counsellors as colleagues. How many NCT carers are currently going through similar? We need in-house carers, very clear to see. So we really need to look at our internal processes here. We need to make it appeal to people. We need to make sure that they feel loved and supported, not like an add-on or a burden. We have to make it easier, smoother, and error-free to ensure those carers who are giving our children an opportunity feel valued and respected. Perhaps if we get this right, more people will come forward and want to foster, thus costing us far less in agency fees.
Thank you, Councillor Barrett. Councillor Rosie Humphreys.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Baker, for your presenting this report. And it is very positive to hear of the improvements of children in care outcomes. I just got one quick point. If you just excuse me. One of the reasons for recommending this report is to encourage all members and employees to recognise their role as corporate parents. And 13 months ago, I wrote to you and asked how members could meaningfully fulfil this corporate parenting role. And you said you'd speak to officers and come up with a support plan. I've yet to see that, and I'm just as keen, as I'm sure all members are, to get some guidance and direction. You've just mentioned offering work experience to children in care. I'm sure there's a whole list of other things that members could do. So I'd be pleased to get that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. Councillor Stone.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the report, Councillor Baker. I've got a couple of questions for you. In a report like this, I would expect to see a few figures, you know, like the age and the duration of young people in care. I'd like to know how many moves each child is experiencing. I'd like to know where we've been successful in returning children to their families. I think we need more detail on exactly, if we're going to take our corporate parenting role seriously, as I do, I think we need to kind of understand exactly what is happening to our children. And I think we need more information. I'd like to also know, we've got a mentoring befriending scheme for children in care. I'd like to have a bit more detail about, is that working? And do people, those adults, hang around for long enough to have a meaningful relationship with those children? I want to ask you if we have found a way of flagging up on all our systems yet, who the children are who are in care and who the care leavers are. I think it's really, really important that the services know who they're dealing with and learn to behave more appropriately for those young people. They can't at the moment, or they couldn't before, because they weren't being flagged up. So I think that's really important. And then I've already asked you, and you give me your reply, but I'll ask again for the council. We've had this really scary report from the Select Committee from the government talking about what's happening with exempt housing. Exempt housing is where housing providers can charge much more and get much more than a regular housing benefit allowance for their tenants. We have many, many, many vulnerable people, including care leavers, living in exempt housing, and this has been really criticised by government. I think they're putting in measures early next year to start regulating some of those housing. But we have got a sizable number and it's going to cause us a big headache. But we have to recognise that because we've used those providers, we've made a lot of our care leavers extremely vulnerable. They're usually housing in areas of high criminality because that's where cheap housing is. And so, you know, I know lots of households with young people in who live next door to a brothel or a drug den or a gang of some description. And it's a big worry to me, and I think we could be doing better. But for this report, I'd like to see a lot more detail. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stone. Any further questions anyone would like to ask or points they'd like to make? Councillor Sharps.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this report, and I'm very pleased to see that within the report, the education people are aware of the apps that support young people in learning, including the post-16 CSCS smartphone, which is used for benefits. I think that and information sharing, I think that is very helpful. That's just one of the things that I am pleased to pick up in this, and that's being taken across the whole of the strategies, which means that it'll carry on, it'll bounce on well. I also like the fact that a tailored, diverse and training, that has been also included. There's quite a lot more I could say on that, but actually I quite like what I see. And then that you're securing and undertaking the benefit audits to ensure that everybody is getting what they're entitled to. I think moving forward, as we know it's going to be very difficult, I think that is good to see within this report, and I think it reflects well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sharps. Councillor Fiona Baker, would you like to sum up? You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Some of the more detail that Councillor Stone has asked for, I will go back to the Children's Trust and say to them that in future their reports need more detail. We will have an awful lot more detail in the upcoming Ofsted inspection report on every single area of this children's service, so I await that with interest. Just to have a quick word about the housing situation you mentioned. The exempt housing is a legacy issue from NCC, and housing are working on a solution at the moment. And I know Councillor Brown, it's his aim to bring an update to Council as soon as he possibly can. The Corporate Parenting Board itself, currently, as it states in the report, is a combined board between North and West, which probably out of place, I will say, makes it slightly more difficult to make decisions for our council because they have to be the same for the other council. But we are working through that at the moment. So this is probably partly the delay that we haven't got the structure that I promised Councillor Rosie Humphreys some time ago, and I do know that she is wanting that. But I want actually to stress that we do have a corporate parenting board with members who are on that board, and I'm often quite disappointed to see that often members do not come along. I would like members to not only be on the board, but actually read the reports and actually engage in the conversation and ask really good questions of the Trust. I know that we've got work to do there, but at the moment I feel that people sort of listen to what the officers are telling them, accept it and then go home. I want it to be a much more scrutinising board than that for the future. There's a lot of work to do. We have made a start and we will continue to do so. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Baker. And I'd like to ask the Democratic Services Manager to take the vote. Yes, no, or abstention. Please do use the panels in front of you and not the push to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I've started the vote, so members can vote yes, no, or abstain. Chairman, I've got 65 votes for, 1 against and 3 abstentions.
Thank you very much indeed. In that case, the Corporate Parenting Board report has now been carried. Yes, thank you very much indeed. Okay, item 10, Northamptonshire Children's Trust Annual Review. Councillor Baker, I'd like to introduce your report. You have 5 minutes again. Thank you very much indeed. You're really on hot form this evening.
I'm sure you're really fed up with hearing me now, so I
Not
promise
at all.
you this is
Do
the last
carry on.
one. This is the Trust Annual Report. I understand in future that actually they're put on our council programme in error and should have just gone to Cabinet as reports to be looked at, but here we are and this is what we're doing. The purpose of this report is to allow West Northamptonshire Council to see the progress made and areas for improvement identified within the Children's Trust. The report outlines significant improvement in delivery of children's social care, and the Ofsted inspection recently completed and due to be formally reported on the 25th of November 2022 is expected to recognise these improvements, whilst identifying area for further development. The overarching aims and objectives of the annual report are to enable the quality of practice to be outlined and to show impact on the outcomes for children, young people and families in Northamptonshire. This annual report facilitates the Council's quality assurance of the operation of the service delivery contract and enables the Council to review the discharge of its statutory functions which are delivered by the Trust. The report enables the Council to consider whether changes are required to the service delivery contract and for all involved to consider all factors that may impact on future demand and challenges. The annual report outlines that alongside the development of the Trust, 21 key performance indicators were agreed against which the Council would monitor the Trust's performance. Whilst this report sets out 21-22 activity, the Trust also provides monthly reports to the Council, which outlines performance against each KPI, with commentary around this and quality assurance activity to demonstrate what the Trust has improved and what continues to require improvement. The Council is asked to receive the annual report for information.
Thank you very much, Councillor Baker. And I'd like to invite Councillor Louisa Fowler to second the proposal. You have up to 3 minutes. Thank you.
I'm happy to second this proposal, this report. It clearly lays out the challenges that we have faced, the actions we've taken in trying to overcome them, and the steps that we need to take to improve further. So I'm happy to second it.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Fowler. I have 5 members of the Council who'd like to speak. Councillor Roberts, you're number 1.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Councillor Baker, for the report. And I'd firstly like to thank the Children's Trust as well for the work that they've done with me. When I've approached them to engage, they've always been incredibly open. And I believe they have been with all. So that's been refreshing to see. And they've been fairly accepting of errors and failures, which I think is shown in this report. I did wonder when I was reading the report and the data, thinking back to the fact that we've got an individual DCS now. we've got individual public health, whether or not there has been any discussions or thought process around whether having the trust reporting individually for the two authorities has been considered. That's just a general point. On page 5 of the report, it talks about the percentage of qualified social workers and caseloads being above target. It says it's been largely just above target. That wasn't the experience that I've had in any of the sessions I've had with social workers or any of the conversations that I've had, nor was it the presentation that was provided to scrutiny either. They weren't just above target. In fact, in some teams, there were no members of staff, only a manager. So that doesn't fit at all with that paragraph. So I'm not sure that's quite accurate. There was mention in the other reports, and there's mention in this report with regards to the SEND Accountability Board. And I just wondered if we could have some more information on the SEND Accountability Board and what that really is doing and what that really means and where we sit on that and where members can feed into that and how parents can feed into that. Is it part of the parent forum group? Is it a new name that we've been given? How is that intended to be structured as part of the SEND review, particularly given the cabinet paper that's going next week? I just don't feel like we've got enough information around that process at all. On the page 7 where that's mentioned, it says the councils and NCT are currently working together to procure a new system as soon as possible to be live for January 2025. This will require financial investment from both councils. I wasn't clear from the report whether that was a significant portion of additional investment or whether indeed that was all factored into the current Children's Trust budget. So I was interested to hear the answer on that. You know, fundamentally, where we were with regards to children's services was quite frankly horrific, and I don't think, Councillor Baker, you dispute that in any way, shape or form, and I don't dispute your passion on the subject either. We've got to move on. We've moved on a little bit, and I think it's clear to see we haven't moved on far enough quite yet. But it's been great to see these 3 reports at Council, even though you said it was an issue that they should have gone straight to Cabinet. Personally, I prefer them here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stone.
Thank you, and again, thank you for the report. I have got really difficult feelings about this, you know, because I think this is the 9th year of an unsatisfactory children's service, and I am used to seeing reports which tell us all about the process. I've spent 9 years reading them, and I don't think it's good enough, and I got a horrible feeling the Children's Trust has been set up to fail because they can't do the job. They can't. They haven't got enough money. It worries me every time I hear the finance portfolio talking about, oh, it's the Children's Trust that are giving us problems. How do we know? You know, because we've not got a zero-rated base budget. We don't know what the budget should be. We do know there's massive pressures that have been government-made. A lot of them have been government-made. The Children's Trust rely a huge amount on other services. The reason why I didn't want a Children's Trust is because silo working is really, really bad for outcomes for children. Children also need good education, they need good housing, they need play facilities, they need preventative services, and the Children's Trust has got no jurisdiction over any of that. And so they're very dependent on what the rest of the council does. And it isn't always clear where the boundaries are, and I think that is a massive problem. So I'm looking forward to reading the Ofsted report. I hope, and I'm sure it will, show some improvement. But I think the council needs to take a lot more responsibility for our children, as well as the Children's Trust doing that. I think we need to be looking in a much holistic way across all our services to see what can be done to support families, to stop them going into crisis. And when they are in crisis, to give them the support they need. And if the children do need to come into care, then we need a lot more services available. We need to take the pressure off social workers. We know children in care who can't get hold of their social workers past 5 o'clock at night. We know children in care older children who've got personal advisors who only see their personal advisors once in 8 weeks. We don't know any children in care who've got a befriender. So I think there's still a huge amount of work to be done. I really, really want the Children's Trust to be successful. I think it's really, really important. But what I'm saying is they can't do it on their own. They need the rest of the council to support the work with children.
Thank you, Councillor Stone. Councillor Bedsworth.
Thank you, Chair. Fiona, if you want somebody to come on your corporate parenting board, I would be delighted to do it. You haven't got a Liberal Democrat on there, and I was extremely challenging when I was on it before. I was also on adoption panel as well for many years until they started paying by fee, and then I had to be turfed off. But this report is similar to what we've had before. We've talked to the Children's Trust, and they say historically the funding has gone when children come into care instead of prevention. We all know prevention is the answer. We need to work with families. We used to have a prevention team, and it used to do, there was only about 5 or 6 of them. They used to do absolutely amazing work with actually teaching people how to parent and how to cope with children in the home and how to deal with tantrums and all the other bits that kids are and people can't cope with these days. The problem is we don't have, it's the 2 most important jobs in the world is being a parent and a politician, both of which we don't get any training for. And it's so important that, you know, we've talked to the Trust and it said historically the funding has gone in the wrong place. And they're having to turn it round, and it's like a huge oil tanker. It'll take a lot to turn the Trust round. And I really feel sorry for the social workers and extremely sorry for the children that are involved, because it's a huge job to take on. And it says here, the percentage of complaints responded within 10 working days. Well, that's 2 weeks for a complaint to be seen to. This isn't a way of learning. Complaints should be seen quickly so we can correct them and learn from them. And this isn't happening at the moment. So, although I'm very delighted there are some good points in the report, there's a lot more that needs to be done, and I'm sure you're aware of that yourself. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. But in the future, if you want somebody on corporate parenting that's going to challenge, just give me a ring.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bedsworth. Councillor Harry Barrett.
I'll just finish on that really, just to support what Councillor Beersworth was just saying there actually regarding complaints. To be fair, 2 weeks is good within education. I think that's a really positive, if I'm honest. I wouldn't have that as a negative in any way at all, bearing in mind the issues that SEN have suffered and parents within SEN are suffering from at the moment. 2 weeks is a good turnaround from my aspect there. So not often that I'll fully support Councillor Baker there, but fully supportive of that aspect.
Okay, Councillor Hill. Mark Hill.
Thank you, Chairman. First, I'd like to acknowledge the good work done by the Children's Trust in looking after some of our most vulnerable children, particularly around the number of children who have been in longer-term placements and the work that's been done to try and fill permanent social worker posts. It's obviously clear that improvements continue to be made. I do, however, like many, have some concerns around the long-term budgetary issues of the Trust and how this may impact on our other services in West Northants that we provide to our residents. Members will be aware that the Trust exceeded its allocated budget this year, which meant our council had to use all of its contingency funds and may also have to use reserves going forward. While it's good that we're able to adequately fund the Trust this year, clearly this isn't a sustainable position going forward. When I was a borough councillor and obviously unitary plans were being discussed, one of my biggest concerns was that demand in statutory services such as adult social care and children's services could infringe on non-statutory services that the boroughs and districts provided to our residents. Indeed, having 2 separate budgets provided a natural buffer and protection for many of our services that our residents really rely on. I'd hate to see our fantastic neighbourhood wardens, for example, to be a casualty of our council having to find the funding for the Trust in the future as demand continues to increase. To that end, I'd urge both West Northants and our colleagues in the North, along with our county's 7 MPs, to both continue and begin lobbying government to address the funding gap, which is sadly likely to get worse, not better. While I appreciate the Trust is working to address these issues that may help with the cost of may help with costs, many of these things will not bear fruition for some time. We must avoid the funding problems which plagued and eventually ended Northamptonshire County Council. And I think we need to make our voice heard loud and clear now before we find ourselves possibly in a similar situation. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hill. Councillor Baker, if you'd like to sum up, you have 3 minutes, please.
Okay. Unfortunately, although councillors probably will not be impressed to know, adult services and children's services are statutory requirements, so we do have to spend money on them whether we wish to or not, and I certainly wish to. To go back over a few of the questions that people have put forward, the SEND Accountability Board, I can't remember, it might have been you, Councillor Roberts, is a joint board at the moment, but we are working towards having our own board. We do have people from the Parent Carer Forum on the board. We have school teachers, we have health, we have all sorts of different people on there. It's not necessarily members. I think I'm probably the only member that I chair the board in our area. But it's a joint board at the moment. Sorry, I'll get that wrong. We have a different group that we meet in our area, which I chair, but the joint board is chaired by the North at the moment, but we are looking to make a division of that fairly soon. So we will have our own. We are working on that at the moment. My aim, and it hasn't come to fruition yet, so I may well be telling you something that is my desire, that I do wish that we will have our own of everything. So I'll leave it there. We need to look after our own children in the West Council. We need to know that we can speak to businesses that are in our district and ask them to make work placements for our children. It's not really working to my liking to have a big board that covers the whole of the county now, when we've got 2 separate councils that are talking 2 separate funding pockets, etc., etc. So I know that my colleagues are well aware of my thoughts on this, and it is my desire to have our own accountability for children as soon as we possibly can. Just to talk about the situation in the Trust, I think I'm aware, but maybe not, how dire the situation was when I first came into this job. We weren't keeping children safe. It was not good. We have a long hill to climb from there, and nobody in the county, and all the lead members I've spoken to, has been able to turn a council round in a very short period of time. It takes a long time to do it, but we need to do it slowly and carefully so that we know when we get to the high level that we want to be, we can stay there. Because we know in the past we've gone up and down, up and down. We need to get there and stay there, and that's my desire that we will do that. The one thing that would help us all is if we could get more staff. And I don't know, most of you are on social media, but you'll see daily there's adverts on there for social workers, and I daily share them on my Twitter page, etc., etc. So until we can get more staff, and I'm hoping that actually if we have a good report from Ofsted, that will help us in that situation, because people will know that they have coming to a council that's improving. But when we get more staff, they can have less cases. They can speak to their children more often. So it will solve all of our problems, get more social workers. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Baker. Very important review. Okay, the Democratic Services Manager, Mr. Paul Hanson, will now take the vote. Yes, no, or abstentions. Please do use the pads in front of you. If you have any problems, please do raise your hand.
Chairman, I've got 63 votes for, none against and 4 abstentions.
Thank you very much indeed. Item 10, the Children's Trust Annual Review has been accepted by Council. Thank you. Item 11, the Boundary Review, a very hot topic. submission to the Local Government Boundary Commission. Councillor Suresh Patel, I'd like to introduce this report. You have up to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The ward boundary review for West Northants has been carried out by Local Government Boundary Commission for England. The Commission carries out the review in 2 stages. First, they ask the election and planning officers in the Council to provide the information which enables them to determine the population figure for area in 2028. The figure for West Northants, therefore, is 325,511. Following a submission by Council, they also propose a figure of number of councillors that they are minded to recommend. The figure for West Northants is 77. Average number of electoral which each councillor should represent in the population is divided by 77, and the figure for West Northants is 4,227. The council role is to put forward a suggested pattern of ward boundaries based on those figures. The population figure cannot be changed, but LGBCE have indicated they are happy to receive a 78-member proposal as well as one for 77. LGBCE will also speak to the parishes and run a public consultation for further submission via their website. The map that has been circulated is based on the work that has been done in consultation with all the members across the Council Working Group and Democracy and Standards Committee. The opposition group have indicated they intend to put forward their own submission, which is good as well. The individual member can also make their own submission directly to LGBCE. LGBCE will consider all the submissions they have received and will make their own decision on a new pattern of boundaries. The Council response must be submitted by 7th of November when the consultation closes. LGBC will announce a proposed pattern of boundaries in February and will then conduct consultation on a specific proposal that they are minded to draw up. In July 2023, final pattern will be announced, and this will be then presented to the Parliament and made subject of a legal order. The new boundaries will come into effect in May 2025 election. I'm pleased to propose the report and recommendation 3.1A, B and C, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Patel. Councillor Brown, you have up to 3 minutes to second the proposal.
I second the report, Mr. Chairman, but reserve my right to speak, please.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Any member of the Council like to speak, please raise your hand and draw attention. I've got 3 speakers currently. Councillor Wendy Randall.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My group will be abstaining on this item as the report presented before Cabinet this evening is not the work of the Boundary Review Task and Finish Group. The process that was set out at the start of the review was not this one that was followed. The lack of leadership in the process is how we've ended up with a proposal and map that does not recognise clearly defined communities such as Daventry. Those outside of the group were able to steer this process more than those inside it. We have a duty as custodians of the Council to ensure that it is democratic and representative as possible, and we are concerned that in some areas there was a lack of collaboration and leadership which has ended up affecting the quality of the submission. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jonathan Harris.
Thank you, Chair. I also have some comments or queries about the accuracy of the introductory report which supports this appendix and proposals. It seems to me to reflect more the desired approach rather than the actual approach taken. I'm not clear why we have 2 proposals on the table, neither of which actually represents the work of the working group. The submission for 78, for instance, was never actually discussed at the working group at any stage, in any shape or any form. In fact, to my knowledge or my memory, there was never any discussion about a move away from the 77 agreed number. So my major concern is it does not reflect the work of the working group. My assumption, therefore, must be that one is a Conservative group submission, perhaps, I'm not sure. I don't know why we've arrived with 2 on the table at this point, and obviously the Conservative group can make their own submission anyway, and I'm sure they will be doing so. It seemed to start with the legacy Daventry, which appeared to be, to my mind, the gospel according to Councillor Lister initially. That was put on the table without any narrative. It does not take account of the community of Daventry, as Councillor Wendy Randall has mentioned. And those proposals were more or less just thrown into the mix without any narrative, any presentation to support it, which seems to be not a very good way of operating in regards to working with the working group tasked with this job. We also, I know there was a survey put out to councillors. To my knowledge, there was only around 8 or 10 councillors that actually responded to this, which I don't think is hardly representative, but it looks to me as if some of those things have been picked up as representative and therefore not really very accurate. Fortunately and hopefully, I just want to make the point here, this process only comes around fairly infrequently, but I do think that there is an opportunity to capture learning and record this formally so that it can be shared in the future. I think we lacked and needed further additional guidance really to make this fully effective. And we should have been in a situation where those that were making proposals and presenting maps should have actually been coming to the group and actually sharing their views and making it clear why they'd arrived at that point. So on that basis, the Lib Dem group will be making its own submission also, and we can't support these submissions on that basis. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor John Shepherd, Vice Chairman.
Chairman, thank you. With apologies for being parochial, I know we are advised that the map should not be amended today. My remarks, therefore, are addressed simply to the monitoring officer, who I understand has delegated authority to do that, and to the Boundary Commission, members of which I do hope are actually viewing the video of today's discussion at some stage. Chairman, I've lived in Boughton for some years, 1978, and I'm familiar with the communities. The Boundary Commission invites us to propose community-based wards. Now, as I understand it, the committee, including 2 current Moulton Ward councillors, discussed and agreed the concept of the new Moulton Ward, comprising the parishes of Moulton, Overston, Boughton and Pittsford. As far as Boughton is concerned, that is perfectly reflecting the community issue. I was delighted with the outcome. The parish of Boughton is a community. In recent years, we have welcomed into that community those living in Buckton Fields. We continue to do so. And the report in front of us deals with that at paragraph 326, where the synergies of the parish of Boughton are well described. And the parish of Boughton is described entirely without any separate reference whatever to Buckton Fields. Those are the words in the report in front of me, in front of members, taken direct from Modern Gov. They reflect the views of the working group and the committee. There are additional words on another version, which I believe is on the website, referring to Buckton Fields. In the plans before us, rather than the narrative, the whole of Buckton Fields, some 1,200 dwellings, is shown in the Kingsthorpe ward, not in Moulton. Chairman, this has come about in this way. Outside the committee, a representation was made to officers that the number in the Kingsthorpe ward should be increased. A telephone call took place with Councillor Warren. His view was canvassed on the concept of some nearby streets being moved from Buckton Fields to Kingsthorpe, and he raised no objections. We now see the actual proposal revealed on the first time on Tuesday of this week to bring the whole of the 1,200 odd of Buckton Fields dwellings into the Kingsthorpe ward. Chairman, this is simply a numbers-driven exercise. There is a very modest attempt in the narrative dealing with Kingsthorpe to suggest that Buckton Fields residents look towards White Hills, preferring to think of themselves as part of urban Northampton. Frankly, there is no evidence for that. There is evidence to the absolute contrary, Chairman. There is a Boughton parish community, which includes Buckton Fields. All those who bought houses in Buckton Fields did so in the face of developers' marketing material inviting them to the parish of Boughton. At least 2 families in Boughton Village who've grown up offspring now who've moved to Buckton Fields. Neighbours of mine sold their house last year and bought 2 houses in Buckton Fields themselves and their adult children. On June the 2nd this year, hundreds of residents of Boughton Village walked across the Harbour Road onto the public open spaces on Buckton Fields to party and witness the lighting of the Jubilee beacon. In 2 days' time, hundreds of residents of Buckton Fields would travel the other direction and enjoy the bonfire and firework display in Boughton Pocket Park. There have been 6 members of the Boughton Parish Council resident in Buckton Fields. Chairman, we are invited to identify by the Boundary Commission existing communities, not to break them up and socially engineer new ones for the sake of electoral numbers. But we, of course, do need to consider the numbers. The current proposal puts the Moulton ward 7% below the target. Clearly, bringing Buckton Fields back into the ward would deal with that. Chairman, I obviously will make my own representations to the Boundary Commission. There is opportunity for the monitoring officer to tweak this particular aspect, and I invite her to do so. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Councillor, well, actually, before I do that, monitoring officer, can I bring you in on that comment at all? Would you like to speak?
It's not for me. I mean, there's a recommendation in the report that says that I can make changes in order to give effect to anything that is agreed at Council tonight. So if there are things that members agree tonight, I will make those changes in order to ensure that the report reflects what members want. But, it's a matter for members, not for me.
Thank you. Councillor Ian McCord, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Chairman. I agree with everything that's been said by the previous speakers. It is important to have accuracy in our reports. And I can see that this draft report was not fully edited in the rush to get it to publication. And I make no criticism of people that are being busy. But what the report says at 6.1 and 6.2 was what was envisaged as the process. The Democracy and Standards Committee would establish a working group, and that would make recommendations. The committee would in turn make a recommendation to Council. This did not happen. The working group made no recommendation, and the general limited views that were expressed were not reflected in the first draft. The evidence submitted by other colleagues were not considered by the working group. A draft was presented to Democracy and Standards on the 20th of October, with which no one was happy with. The draft bore no relation to anything that the working group had discussed. It was officer or other people's ideas only. I think virtually all members from all parties objected to it. The committee then resolved to meet again at the working group on the 25th, as the report sets out. Officers brought another draft, which was arguably worse than the 20th of October attempt, with so many oversized ward that they themselves advised it wouldn't pass examination with the Boundary Commission. So the officers continued to hone the proposal during the meeting, and no final document has been agreed by members, as no final document was presented in a state that could be recommended. The final proposal that we have on the agenda was first published around lunchtime on Tuesday past, on the 1st of November. That's the first time any member of the Working Group Democracy and Standards, or actually any member of the Council, saw what was being proposed. As for the 78, well, that was new to everybody. Well, maybe not everybody that wasn't at the Conservative group meeting the night before. At no time did the working group consider any other number than 77. So I'm a little confused then what we have. We seem to have, and I'll maybe help Jonathan out here, a Conservative administration proposal for 77 and a Conservative group proposal for 78. What was it I said last month about the yea but, no but, yeah but? This is really beyond parody. The 77 proposal is Northampton-centric, and before you all say, there he goes again, that was confirmed to me in writing by officers. The starting point was the indivisibility perceived of Northampton communities, whereas the rural communities can be crammed together at will, was the answer I got. Anyway, this proposal is not one I will support. I will put my own proposal to the Boundary Commission. The better outcome for everybody involved, and particularly our residents, is to take a chance with the Boundary Commission, who may actually apply a consistent approach, so an even hand, and may follow their own processes as set out. And finally, Chair, I wish to have this as a recorded vote that will accompany the report, so the Boundary Commission will know full well whether this is a council report endorsed with support across the full council, or whether it's a factional report with limited support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCord. Just to confirm that all of the voting that we have this evening is now recorded, and all of it is published straight after the meeting, just so we're completely clear on that. Okay, Councillor
But
Rosie.
will it be accompanied with the appendix that the boundary, that when this goes in, will which councillors from which parties voted which way accompany the report?
The entire report, obviously, the way everyone voted, absolutely, Councillor McCord, will be appended to it.
Thank you.
Councillor Herring.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate, like Councillor Shepherd, that there's one village that's been put into Silverstone Ward, which should remain in Middleton Cheney Ward, because it just doesn't have any connection with the Silverstone Ward villages that are neighbouring. There is a divide of the B4525 and villages to the south and villages to the north, where the whole community actually orientates to Middleton Cheney and not to the villages to the north of the B4525. We've made this representation. There's, I don't know about the voting members, but there's only a population of 200 or thereabouts of Marston St Lawrence. The neighbouring, the councillors from the Silverstone Ward also agree with this proposal, and we would very much like it to be considered. We'll obviously make our own representations as well, but we feel that this is a serious error. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Herring. Councillor Cecile Evans-Swift.
Thank you, Chairman. I can understand why everybody is a bit perplexed, because it was the numbers. So we had to find a number of 4,200. So villages in the rural area are quite difficult to band together. And I have to say, I work with my other councillor in the ward to try to be as positive as we could. And the proposal for the Brixworth ward, in my opinion, we have been listened to what we propose, and I am very pleased. So for that reason, I will vote for the report, because I do think if all councillors will have done what was asked to make their proposal, we might have been in a better position. But tonight, we need to take a view, and as far as I'm concerned, I'm very happy with what we propose for the Brixworth ward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sally Bidsworth.
Thank you, Chair. I attended this committee once as a substitute and a couple of times as an observer. And it seems to me that not a lot has actually been taken notice of the people that were on the committee. It seems that other people are inputting stuff elsewhere. And Councillor Irving-Swift has just said, I talked to my other councillor in my ward. Well, there's 2 other councillors in her ward, and maybe if she talked to all of them, we'd have a better picture rather than trying to gerrymander our way into getting a better deal for each of our wards, rather than we looked...
Councillor Bidsworth, just hold there just a moment. Sorry. Please try and keep this fairly businesslike if you can.
I will, I am. I'm
Accusing
pointing
another councillor of gerrymandering, I'm not sure if that was the right term you'd like to use. I'd like to withdraw that, please.
I'll withdraw the gerrymandering then.
Thank you.
People know if they were doing it or not. I personally feel that we've all known the Boundary Commission was coming up. We've all known this was going to happen. But the trouble is, the time allotted to this group was nowhere near sufficient. It should have been told by people who are in charge how long this process is going to take. We can't be this dropped on us at the 11th hour without having time enough to sort things out. We've got 2 submissions, one for 77 and one for 78. I won't be supporting either of these because basically it's all been done in too short a time with not enough. We should have had away days, we should have had teams working together, we should have all the evidence coming to us as a committee. That hasn't happened. It's been handled badly, I'm sorry. and we need to rectify it.
Thank you. Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to echo a point Councillor Shepherd made about the wards should reflect existing genuine communities and not socially engineer new ones. The proposal to link Daventry and Braunston appears completely artificial. One is a rural village, the other is a town, obviously. Daventry Town Council doesn't want the villages, and I'm sure the villages certainly don't want to be linked with Daventry in terms of ward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Randall, you have already spoken. Is it a quick point you have to raise?
I have, yeah. I did. Just going on from what our monitoring officer said, that actually, as members tonight, we would be able to change something. And Daventry, being the second largest town in West Northamptonshire, whoever devised this has clearly got absolutely no idea about Daventry whatsoever. I know the Town Council have submitted their own proposal, and theirs is to keep the town as a town. To put in a village such as Ashby St Ledgers, which doesn't even have a Northamptonshire postcode, and it is a beautiful little hamlet, they do not go to school, they've got nothing to connect themselves in Daventry. I do not know who put forward that, but it is totally, utterly nonsense. What should have happened to Daventry, it should have been a 3-member and a 2-member ward. You know, that's to have a 3 and a 3 has totally sliced the town in half and then incorporated villages that, you know, it is not a community at all. I don't know who thought it. I know it wasn't the Task and Finish group, but it's somebody who clearly knows absolutely nothing about Daventry Town. So if tonight that we are allowed tonight to change that, Daventry is definitely one that I would change as a 3 and a 2-member rather than a 3 and a 3. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Adam Brown, you reserved your right to speak. Would you like to speak?
Yes, please, Chairman. I'd just like to start off by paying tribute to the Monitoring Officer and Democratic Services officers who have been inundated by various and often competing requests from members, many of whom were clearly looking at their own ward and not any surrounding wards. This is a Rubik's Cube. You move one piece of the puzzle and the whole picture changes. And I think the Monitoring Officer has reminded us throughout this process that a ward doesn't have to represent one single community. It can be groups of coherent communities. So in the case of Daventry, clearly you've got a part of the town, which is one community, and then you've got another community or a group of communities forming a separate coherent group. But that came about through the process. It wasn't my choice, and I'm sure that there are other variations that could be put forward. On the important point of the 78, actually, I personally raised the point of a different number of councillors and whether we could go back to LGBCE and ask if we could vary the number. The monitoring officer indicated that she'd take that away. She came back and she said that it was possible. After discussions with Councillor McCord and Councillor Charles Manners over the distinct underrepresentation in much of the southwest of the district, I looked again at a 78-member model that would improve upon equal representation in that part of the world. And as a result, we've gone from a 9% variation in Woodford and Weedon to 1.6%. We've gone from a 9% variation in Silverstone to 3%. And we've gone down from an 11% variation in Middleton Cheney to 8%. So clearly we're at a more equal level of representation. Councillor McCord's made his point about being Northampton-centric. However, it's an irony that in the first spreadsheet that he sent through to Democratic Services, there were 3 fewer representatives of rural wards than there are now under the 78-member model. So I think we've improved as we've gone along, thanks to the work of the working group and the many others that have contributed. What I'd finish on, Mr Chairman, is just by saying that it's imperative that this council does make a submission so that the Boundary Commission does at least have our views to work from. LGBCE do not understand our communities. We do. We may disagree about where the line should be drawn, whether they should be tinkered east or west. But I think we are in danger of making perfect the enemy of good in this situation. We have, I believe, in the 78-member model, a very good approximation of how we can represent our residents across West Northamptonshire in a fair, equitable and coherent way, both in Northampton and in our rural areas. And I commend to everybody the proposal that's in the papers tonight.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Brown. Clearly a very hot issue. Councillor Patel, would you like to sum up? You have 3 minutes to do so.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, can I thank everybody for their comments? They have been noted. And Councillor Brown for 70...
Councillor Patel, just hold you there a moment, please. Councillor Roberts, did you wish to speak or not?
3 times, Chair. But then you brought Councillor Brown in, so I'll let it happen. But
Okay. Councillor Patel, can I hold you there just a moment? If Councillor Roberts can just make her point, please, to be inclusive.
Thank you very much, Chair. Appreciated. The more and more I hear, I wasn't going to speak, but the more and more I hear about it, the more and more frightened I am by this, because we've got ourselves in a situation here, one that the people of Northampton and the people of the whole of West Northamptonshire had forced on them already, to now be in a situation where we have got what appears to me to be a Conservative group who've got completely differing views on what this even looks like, and a completely differing view from across the board. Now, I appreciate we can put our own submission, and we will be doing so, but this is terrifying, because this is not in the interests of our residents. Councillor Brown said this is our views. It's not our views, because you can't all agree on it, and it's not. We've got to a place where we might be in a position where we'll submit nothing to the Boundary Commission, and that's shocking.
Thank you. Councillor Patel, if you wouldn't mind then summing up. Nobody else has indicated they'd like to speak.
No.
Oh, no, hang on. We have a councillor. He's just popped his hand up. Councillor James, it's yours.
Yes, I've been listening to this discussion, and my ward happened to be mentioned, which is Daventry East. And can I say that I've looked at the Boundary Commission's report, and far from making a nonsense of the situation, it takes it back quite nicely to about 1970, when Daventry was a nice little community, still hanging on to its rural heritage. Nice little community before the Grange was built, very cohesive. It didn't have those large estates on the northern side of Daventry. It was a community, and it still is today. The little village of Drayton was part of Daventry, completely a part of Daventry. And it's gone back to that now. It stretches from Drayton across to Norton. I'm quite happy with the situation, and especially happy for the older people of Daventry who know what it used to be like and would like to take it back to what it used to be like. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor James. Before I bring Councillor Patel in, would anybody else like to make any other comment? Please raise your hand very clearly if you'd like to. Councillor Larrard, thank you.
Just very quickly, Chairman, I've already made, along with others, representations about the name of one ward, and I hope that that will be taken on board and will be changed. Just wanted to confirm that, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Larrard. For clarity, would you like to confirm which ward and what the name is, please?
Well, I think on the map it's listed as Grange Park and Wootton. It should remain Nen Valley, because you're leaving out Hardingstone and you're leaving out Simpson Manor, as you know, Chair, and it's too parochial to have just those two names. Leave it as Nen Valley. It's served the area well for many, many years, and I think that's an appropriate one.
Thank you very much for clarifying that. Councillor Bambridge.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm Silverstone Ward, which was discussed earlier, and it's one of the one that's particularly caused the change in figures from 2 to 3. One of the reasons for that is that my parish that I live in is Silverstone Parish, and adjacent to that is Whittlebury Parish, which was in a different ward. We both share a border with Silverstone Circuit, we both share all the issues around it, and it made perfect sense to put those two together. We're exactly, and the two parishes work closely together, share schools, etc., etc. And we did a process in our ward of discussing it and looking at it and sitting down and talking to the parishes and everything else. They've had an input, and that's what's gone in. And as far as I'm concerned, and that we've come up with a solution that is satisfactory. Rosie Herring brought up the point about one village that had gone the wrong side of the road, and yes, that was an error and it should be corrected. But we've worked on the whole of our area and come up with it. And I don't understand these councillors who are whinging about it. Surely to goodness they've sat down with their colleagues and come up and put forward the recommendations they have, knowing their areas. So I really don't understand where all this noise is coming from about, you know, it's being done by somebody else. You know, it's the councillors who've sat down and done it, as far as I'm aware, certainly in our neck of the woods. So, you know, I don't get the argument.
Thank you. Councillor Sharps.
Thank you, Chair. I think Councillor Bambridge was trying to say that he understands the concerns of his fellow councillors, not whinging. The reason I wish to speak, because this is clearly going to confuse residents even more than our website, which confuses everybody. So if they don't already know that we're a unitary, they're not going to be able to find themselves, especially if we put an amendment to change one of them to Neen Valley. My only concerns is if we don't understand it, nor will the residents. I'm also disappointed that nobody followed the procedure. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Clearly, a lot of different views there. It is important that quite clearly a plan does go forward, as we know, but I'm going to ask Councillor Patel now to sum up, as nobody has raised their hand any further. Councillor Patel, if you'd like to sum up. Please.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Can I just say that all the comments have been noted. This has not been an easy task. If we had more time, it could have been different. But unfortunately, this is where we are. And I think when the Boundary Commission will look at all the submissions from everyone, and they are the big boss at the end of the day, so they'll make a decision. And when the consultation starts, I urge everyone within this council chamber and the community group and residents group to get involved and have their say. So this is not the end game. I move the report. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But finally, can I thank the monitoring officer and especially Paul Hanson and Mark West, who have taken out their time to engage with the members. So thank you, and please pass my thanks to Mark as well.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Councillor Patel. The time has now come to vote on this, please. Colleagues?
Point of order, Chairman. Did Councillor Larratt move an amendment or not? Well,
sorry, Councillor.
If you move an amendment.
Councillor McCall, just a moment for me. Councillor, would you like to use your microphone, please?
Sorry, Chairman, I just asked for clarification that something that I'd written in about was going to be actioned, and I'm assured that it is.
Thank you. Councillor McCord, to clarify, is there anything outstanding on that point?
More confusing. Is that an amendment to say that the ward will be called Nan Valley and not Grange Park and Wootton? Because if we approve this, it will be called Grange Park and Wootton, or proposed to be called Grange Park and Wootton. Otherwise, we need to move an amendment that will say, let's call it Nan Valley, and allow the monitoring officer to do it.
I'm going to let the monitoring officer answer that question. Thank you.
The change has actually already been made to the papers, so the papers before you include the change.
Thank you very much for the clarification. Councillor Harris.
Yeah, a further point of clarification. We have two propositions, 77 and 78. Is the vote for 77 or 78, or for both?
Councillor Harris, there is an addendum I've been advised. As you can see, there is a 77 and a 78 being put forward. Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Chairman. Could someone explain why our ward of St George has now been changed to Kingsley and Semilong, when in fact there's a third ward called Trinity that's part of this conurbation?
Okay, Councillor Russell, sorry. We did have questions and opportunities before it was summed up, but I'll allow the monitoring officer to answer that point and no further points before we take a vote on this. Thank you.
can't really respond to detailed points, although if their name changes, I can say that if there's general agreement that the name should change, that has no impact on the map, and I'm more than happy to accommodate that. If there's general agreement about that from the members of the various wards that would be affected, then I'm generally happy to do that.
Thank you. Okay, on that basis, we've come to the voting opportunity. Please do take this into account. And I'll ask the Democratic Support Services Manager to take the vote. Yes, no, or abstain. Okay, that's fine. So we will be starting our vote very shortly. Please bear in mind that any submission made can be reflected by your own personal comments in due course, and it will come back to us as well. Okay, the voting is before you now. Yes, no, or abstentions.
Chairman, I've got 48 votes for, 19 against and 2 abstentions.
Thank you very much indeed. In that case, the plan as completed within the proposals here, both the 77 and the 78 will go forward to the Boundary Commission submission. Okay, item 12, updates the Constitution. Invite Councillor Patel to introduce the report. You have up to 5 minutes to move the proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Purpose for this report is to provide an update on behalf of Standards and Democracy Committee, a number of proposed updates to the Constitution and recommend the revised Constitution for adoption. These are summarized in Section 5 in the report. And these changes have generally been made to address issues that have been identified with the operation of the Constitution or ensure the Constitution is up to date, for example, by reflecting changes to legislation and statutory guide. The 5.1 is the planning protocol. The following consideration of Democracy Standards Committee in October, number of changes in the Constitution are proposed, and they all summarize under the 5.1 to 5.19, up to 5.19, and then 5.10 is the contract procedure rules, and 5.1.11 is the motion. I won't read out in details. I think members probably have read that, so move the report.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to invite Councillor Andrew Grant to second the proposal. We have 3 minutes. Microphone, please, Councillor Grant. Okay, Councillor Grant, bear with me just one moment. Mr. Hansen's on his way. Well, we worked.
You pick it up by the stalk, it comes loose.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I'm obviously delighted to formally second the report. I'm really quite pleased, actually, because we had some good discussions at the Democracy and Standard Committee, and especially with regards to people who had raised concerns over call-ins and members being able to speak and sometimes not being able to be present. And I think the protocol in terms of 5.12 actually addresses it. But I think what was really good was the special, the Strategic Planning Committee, where the massive schemes, the bigger schemes are there, to actually enable speakers to, on these very important matters, to have up to 5 minutes to speak. And I think it's absolutely right that we should give as much time within reason to people to express. And I think it's something which I hope will be welcomed by people and not abused. And hopefully the Strategic Planning Committee will feel that it has every opportunity to listen to both the people speaking for or against proposals in the future. I second the report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I have two members of the Council who would like to speak. Please be mindful of the time and the work that we still have to go through this evening. Thank you. Councillor Purser.
Yes, Chair. I was just going to say that on our side we support this. This is a move forward. In all of the proposals are sensible and improve the procedures. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jonathan Harris.
Thank you, Chair. Similar comments. Actually, these are sensible changes, particularly in reference to planning protocol. Just a couple of points which are more process points. I have had calls to call in recently, and the new email response wasn't working. I'm assured it now is. So you were receiving a message back basically saying that this inbox is not being used, but I have been assured that is working. Slightly concerned just about who is reviewing and monitoring that call-in email box. And one gap that does seem to exist at the moment, which is a procedural issue, is confirmation of acceptance of call-in. So I just wanted to make those points, but generally speaking, very happy with these changes. Final point is I would like to request that Democracy and Standards considers in future, as part of its work plan, a full review of the efficiency and function of full council, if I may, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Adam Brown.
Councillor Harris has just said exactly what I was going to say regarding full council. We have an additional full council meeting now penciled in for January. I'd be grateful if the Chairman of Democracy and Standards could commit to bringing together the various group leaders and coming to a consensus with the aim of bringing a report on changes to full council procedure rules to that additional meeting so that we can move forward hopefully with an improved full council procedure rules.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Any further members of the Council who'd like to speak? Councillor Breeze.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to hear the positive responses to these changes to the planning protocol. I just point out to members that any request for call-in will have to have a relevant planning reason. It has been rather more relaxed because of the stringent rules relating to members attending. But I was very much of the view that if a planning application is worthy of a call-in, it's worthy of a call-in whether a member attends or not, and so that we needed to change the rules. But there will be that additional look at the planning reasons for a call-in. And I will take away and reinforce Councillor Harris's points about getting prompt responses, which I think is very important. Also drawing members' attention to the speaking at planning committees, which is that members don't have to register to speak. I think that it's part of democracy that if a member attends, they should be invited by the chair to speak on a planning application in their ward, if they wish to do so, without having to register.
Thank you, Councillor Breeze. Very important points there. Councillor Stone.
Thank you, Chair. Could I just ask the portfolio, would it be a good idea to have a cue card for members? I believe Daventry District used to do that for planning, so that we've got the 20 reasons, planning reasons why there should be a call-in, so that we don't have to all the time, because we're lay people, aren't we? And it gets really difficult, if we're very, very, it just would be helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay, any further members of the Council who'd like to speak on this item? No. In that case, Councillor Patel, if you'd like to sum up, please respond to the debate. You have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yes, thanks everyone for their contribution, and happy to take up the suggestion from Councillor Harris and Councillor Brown, and we will bring forward a future about the role of the Council, and we'll take that one up and recommend 3.1 A, B, and C for approval.
Thank you very much indeed. I'll now ask the Democratic Services Manager to take the vote on this. Yes, no, or abstain. If you support the updates to the Constitution. And the report is carried. 64 yes. Am I correct, Paul? Thank you. So the report is carried. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, item 13, the local council tax reduction scheme. I invite Councillor Malcolm Longley, you have up to 5 minutes to introduce and propose the report, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's very brief. You'll all be familiar with this. You've no doubt read the report. It's a continuum from last year. There's no changes. We have to do this every year. and we're proposing to maintain it just as it is. The cost is going to be just in excess of £19 million, so it's a lot of money, which our share, as it were, because the Police and Crime Commission has some of it, is just over 15 million. So that's about it, Chair. It's just a continuous of from last year, so there's no difference.
Thank you very much, Nick. Councillor Parker, you would like to second the proposal? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Nothing to add to Councillor Longley's comments, so happy to second the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any members of the council who wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand. Thank you very much indeed. Anybody who would like to speak? No, in that case, you won't be summing it up, Councillor Longley, but would you like to respond in any way whatsoever?
Nothing to respond to, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay, in that case, we'll take a vote on the item 13, Local Council Tax Reduction Scheme. Please indicate whether you support it or not, or you abstain. Pretty unanimous. 63. Paul? Correct. Thank you. It's carried. Okay, item 14, budgets for building adaptations for office optimisation. Councillor Longley, you'd like to introduce a report. You have up to 5 minutes to propose as well.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This is an interesting one, and this is, as you're probably aware, is subject to a call-in. So we are not voting on the process. What we're voting on here tonight is to have the monies available, should it be a positive outcome as far as this report, as far as these actions are concerned. If it's a negative outcome, then the money won't be spent anyway. So it's that's the reason. What it is we've got the Guildhall, we've got Angel Square, we've got the Forum, we've got Lodge Road, and we have an overcapacity in office space. You know, a lot of hybrid working, and we've got a lot of very expensive offices, and we intend to do something about it. The money, the £2 million, is to refurbish and relocate the Abbey Centre and the Job Centre into the Leisure Centre. That's the second proposal. The real one that will be discussed on Monday night will be the Abbey Centre modifications and the movement at a Lodge Road. The investment is £2 million, and if you look on page 206, you'll see that if we end up leasing the Lodge Road once it's empty, that's a £500,000 return, which is 25% on capital. But if that's if we let it and we still hold the asset. If we sell it, it's a 350k roughly, and so we're not quite sure it go. The market will dictate that. And if you look at the risks, the reason that we've put a rather higher number than we think we'll actually spend is because the biggest risk we've got is delay. If we delay it, then building prices will go up and that sort of thing. So we either go for it rapidly or we don't do it at all, one or the other. And so it's the money we're voting for, the allocation, not the project itself. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Longley. Councillor Nunn, would you like to second the proposal? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Happy to second. Just reserve my right to speak, if I may, please.
Okay, super. Any members of the council who wish to speak on this item, please indicate, raising your hand. Councillor Randall.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My group will be voting against this. I've seen no forward business plan for the whole of the council buildings, and to spend £2 million to save just under 400,000 just doesn't seem to make any sense. There is a call-in on Monday. I will be, submitting a report for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rosie Humphreys.
Thank you, Chair. I don't wish to speak on this item.
Thank you. Any other member of the council like to speak? No, in that case, Councillor Longley, would you like to sum up? Well, Councillor Nunn.
So, in which case, I won't add any further comments. I'll leave it to Councillor Longley to sum up. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Longley.
Yeah, I hope I summed up when I presented it, and as you say, it's subject to a call-in, so there's a little bit of water to go under this bridge yet, so we'll deal with it then. So that's about the size of it, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Longley. In that case, we'll move to the vote. So if you'd like to select on your panel, yes, no, or abstention.
48 for, 17 against and 1 abstention.
Okay, so that report is carried.
Chairman, can I request that my abstention be recorded in the minutes, as I will be chairing the call-in on Monday?
Recorded. As all votes will be and published straight after this meeting, or as soon as possible. Okay, item 15, on to motions. We have motion 1, proposed by Rosie Humphreys. You have up to 5 minutes. Proposal.
Thank you, Chair. Just given the time, do I have your assurance that we will have full time to debate this motion? Thank you.
I'm going to confirm that you have about 4 minutes until the guillotine is imposed here, so it's your choice whether you'd like to continue or not. Councillor Humphreys, would you like to continue?
No, can I?
Well, I'm just asking Councillor Humphreys if she'd like to continue, first of all.
I need to speak first.
Can we please set off all the microphones except for Councillor Humphreys?
May I just briefly confer with my colleagues? Thank you.
So, Councillor Humphreys, are you conferring or not?
No, given the guillotine was in 4 minutes, I don't wish to proceed.
Okay.
And
Will
this is the third time that a Liberal Democrat motion has been prevented because of lack of time. It really is completely unacceptable. Very disappointing.
In line with the Constitution, everything is being managed accordingly. Councillor McCord. Councillor McCord, do you have a point you'd like to raise?
Thank you, Chairman. In accordance with Rule 29.16, I move that we suspend Procedure Rule 10 for the duration of item 15, motion 1.
Do you have a seconder for that, by any chance?
Yes, Chair, I'm happy to second that.
Thank you, Councillor. We need to take a vote on that, if you have support on that item or not. If you'd just like to repeat, Councillor McCord.
In accordance with Procedure Rule 29.1, item E, I move that we suspend Procedure Rule 10 for the duration of item 15, motion 1.
And that's seconded by Councillor Howe. Is that correct? Thank you. Okay, we'll take a vote. We'll take a show of hands on the vote. If you support this or not.
I wanted to propose an amendment to Councillor McCord's amendment.
I think, Councillor Roberts, it's a proposal, so we're going to see if there's support for it first of all. So is there support for Councillor McCord's proposal? Thank you. It's supported. Okay, so we will continue. It's carried. Councillor Humphreys, if you'd like to continue.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor McCord. There were, in fact, strong arguments for withdrawing this motion. However, it's my belief that its subject is too important not to give members an opportunity to debate it. The reasons for withdrawing were simple. The wording of the motion on the published agenda was not the same wording of the motion sent to Democratic Services. It is not, in fact, our motion. The original wording did not include the words "wherever possible" in the resolutions 1 and 2. I do have to express my disappointment that the monitoring officer failed to consult with me or Councillor Harris before inserting these words, and I do trust this is a one-off error of judgment. However, I do understand that the reasoning was that she was concerned that she would have to rule the motion out of order, as it could fetter the Council's discretion in decision-making. So the Council's discretionary powers are now unfettered by this amended motion, which was not actually agreed to. What is, however, shackled is local democracy, should this Council be successful in its expression of interest to host investment zones, as ordinary planning protections and the usual consultation requirements won't apply to these sites. What is also potentially weakened is the Council's alignment to its sustainability strategy, its net zero goals and its development plan, as it now has a get-out clause. It will follow these policies wherever possible if an investment site is approved. While there is yet little detail about the proposals, and the Levelling Up Secretary Michael Gove has announced they will be reviewed, what is very clear from the minimal guidance available is that statutory consultation, and by implication local consultation, will be thrown out of the window, and I quote, "The planning system will not stand in the way of investment and development." Councillor Lister's update on the Council's expression of interest in last week's member briefing is hardly reassuring, both saying that if successful, this does not commit the Council to anything at this stage, but also just that the Council will work with Government to refine the submissions with more detail. So where will the checks and balances be if the Council gets the go-ahead for, say, the railway station and land north of the station? There's data available about the poor health in this part of Northampton, where COPD rates and other long-term respiratory conditions are exceptionally high. And this is where a new multi-storey car park is proposed to entice commuters to use trains when odds are they drive anyway because train fares are unaffordable. And thanks to our one source of local independent journalism, NN Journal, we also know that the Council and its residents will be borrowing money to pay for the car park over a 40-year period, after which the Council will still not be owner of the asset. Instead, it will belong to Network Rail. This venture could end up with a £6 million loss to this Council. So could Councillor Lister please explain why this site, fraught with both economic difficulties and with a high number of vulnerable residents in poor health, is included as a potential investment site which could drive a coach and horses through the usual protections of statutory and local consultations. And let's not forget how our electorate does engage when invited to consult on planning and other matters. 2,000 responses to the spatial options consultation, 300 responses to the recent South Northants SPD, and familiar to all members of the public who attend controversial planning applications considered by parish and town councils or area planning committees. And how would driving this development project as an investment zone align with our community leadership role to promote our sustainability goals? The site seems completely contrary to Goal 3, promoting good health and well-being, if one of the main drivers of the scheme is to encourage more cars to park at the station in an already polluted part of our town. And even if train use does increase, if it's easier to park the scheme, it makes no contribution to increasing walking and cycling in Northampton, so can't really be said to align with Goal 11, promoting sustainable cities and communities. Finally, the announcement of investment zones in the mini-budget on the 23rd of September provoked a widespread concern from environmental groups that crucial protections that safeguard wildlife, landscapes and buildings could be ripped up. Mr. Gove has indicated they could be scrapped, and these concerns and anything that might in any way undermine environmental protections is out. While this is reassuring, and we might still see another idea of failed Trussonomics, which has caused our economy such devastating harm, jettisoned, Treasury officials have estimated that the tax liability of investment zones could be 12 billion a year, as there's now a 40 billion fiscal hole to fill following the market reaction to the mini-budget. It's quite likely that the investment zones will be quietly abandoned, like the planning reforms of summer 2021. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harris, you have 3 minutes to second the motion.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very happy to second this motion. The reality is that this is what I would describe as hokey-cokey policy development. 1 week it's in, 1 week it's out. It appears to be purely in the name of supposed growth and potentially at the expense of everything else. It's key that councillors understand the implications of this proposal. The government website says this consent will reduce many of the burdensome requirements, which has made the planning of large sites slower and more complex than it should be, to enable developers to bring forward good quality development which responds to the market. We've heard already that this would appear to be now in hokey-cokey terms on hold, so that is hopefully a good sign. But I sit on a planning committee meeting, as a number of councillors do in this room here, represented by all political groups. And I, like many representatives, often have frustrations about the interpretation and implementation of our existing policies. Under this regime, these policies can potentially be entirely ignored. If you have frustrations now, just imagine. Under this regime, national policy requirements can be relaxed. What on earth does relaxed mean? Under this regime, there is no local voice. Groups like Save Toaster Now, who have worked so hard to comment on the employment allocations around Toaster via the newly created SPD, would not be heard. Under this regime, statutory consultees may not need to be consulted. That's consultees such as the Canal and River Trust, control of major accident hazard competent authority, neighbourhood forums, Environment Agency, Health and Safety Executives, Highways, Historic England, lead local flood authorities, Natural England parish councils, Sport England, to name but a few. Under this regime, carefully constructed and consulted on local plans can be ignored. That's sustainable policies, potentially neighbourhood development plans. Why would we employ officers who literally take years to develop local plans carefully considered, then to simply ignore them? It seems a complete waste of resources. Is it all bad? Who knows? There simply isn't enough detail to make a judgment. If these zones become a reality, I would urge all members to ensure that you get under the skin of the detail when we finally have it, and make sure that your voice is heard before any such implementation. Finally, I note that the manifestos and pledges these days seem to be not really worth the paper that they're written on, but there were two key statements in this administration's manifesto from 2021. This manifesto seeks to position West Northants Council as a leader in green technology race and to be a local authority that creates an environment in which all decisions are taken with a carbon cost being front and centre. The second point, we will have a culture to make it significantly more difficult for developers to renegotiate their initial promises by much tougher conditions in their planning permissions, and it's probably appropriate to reference Councillor McCord's point from earlier on. Investment zones challenge both of these. I'd like to, as I say, formally second this motion, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Bob Purse who'd like to speak. If anybody else would like to speak, please raise your hand.
Chair, I have sympathy with this resolution and broadly support this motion. Perhaps the only case for investment zones is on very significant strategic inward investment. They shouldn't be used to avoid local taxation. They shouldn't be used to avoid the requirement for local consultation or meeting the standards we would expect of every other development. They should be consistent with the council's corporate plan and with its development plan. So I would support this motion, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Nunn. Mike, Councillor Purser.
Thanks, Bob. Thank you, Chairman. Look, the application's gone in for these. We don't know enough about them. We hear everything that we read so far online. There's more to learn. If we don't want the application to proceed, we could support this. The reality is that's policy on the hoof. Two reasons why we might want investment zones. We might want to attract better jobs. Part of our sustainability is social and economic sustainability. We don't have an unemployment problem in West Northants. We want to increase the quality of jobs. If doing this enables more of the high-tech engineering type stuff and the stuff that we really want to attract, then that will be worth doing. But I completely adhere to the sentiment that is expressed here around sustainability and planning policy. And in fact, we've recently added detail across particularly the south of the area where it was sadly missing for the type of commercial industrial development that is required. And everybody knows that I front up and take responsibility for what we're doing on sustainability too. So those don't change, but the way to do this is to wait for that further detail, and my view would be that's best done by sending it to our Planning Policy Committee, which is not just administration run, it's a cross-party committee. As it stands, our group cannot support this. If it was simply like this, that is policy on the hoof. If the suggestion were made to take it to the Planning Policy Committee, you'd have our complete support because we stand behind the sentiments. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. Any further members of the council like to speak? Councillor Sharps.
Thank you. I support this motion, and I can't make that proposal. I'll let somebody else do that. But I think that we need to get ahead of this, and it just looks like constantly we're making the presumption that we'll just have a quick look at it and then come back to it. And then we'll have some great big units, and as we're told over and over again in scrutiny, what will happen is we have a lack of staff because they're all going to Amazon at Christmas time. So I think it's regrettable that we are not prepared to do more now. Thank you for bringing this to council, and thank you for being stubborn in getting it listened to this evening.
Thank you. Councillor Larratt.
Chair, if the leader was proposing that we refer this to the Planning Policy Committee, then I second that proposal.
Thank you. And Councillor Lister?
Yeah, I'd just like to give some clarity around the investment zone. So when you submit a proposal for an investment zone, there's an option to submit for tax or planning or both. Only sites that we don't own have we allowed the tax part on them, so that we haven't allowed freedom of planning for zones and areas that we don't own. So only those that we have allowed planning on are for areas that we own, which would then give us a say over how that site is used. So there's no effective no planning blanket on sites that we don't own.
Thank you, Councillor Lister. Councillor Nunn, would you just like to confirm if you were making a proposal?
Yeah, I don't know if the actual proposer of the motion wants to actually make that proposal. I'd be happy for her to. Otherwise, I'd consider that a proposal. Just give us a nod, Rosie, if that's what you intend to do, is it?
There's a microphone, Councillor Nunn.
Given the leader's comments, the uncertainty and the complexity of the subject, I do propose that this motion as it stands is not put to the vote, but I propose instead that the matter be referred to the Planning Policy Committee, and I move this as a motion without notice. Thank you.
So, Councillor Nunn, you were proposing that as well, effectively? Yes.
Sorry, happy to second it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are we all agreed? Thank you very much indeed. Okay, that's carried. We will take a vote for the electronic scoreboard here. So if you can please just confirm that decision electronically. Total number of votes, 66. All in favour. Thank you very much indeed. That's item 15. Okay, I'm now going to refer everyone back to... Is that correct, Paul? Thank you. Okay, we have rule number 10, requires that all outstanding matters will now be put to the vote without further debate. And we have... Just to confirm, obviously we suspended standing orders for that particular last item, so anything going forward, and we still have a couple of items on the agenda here, means that all items will be put to the vote without any further debate. This means I'll not allow any recorded votes on these items other than the electronic recording of the votes as we know. I will ask the Democratic Services Manager to ask the members to vote on whether each item should be accepted, rejected or deferred, withdrawn. Options will be presented to Council in order. Should there be a majority in favour of a particular course of action, such as to accept a recommendation or motion, then the remaining options will not be read out. Should the Council vote to refer a recommendation or motion, I will ask for a member to propose the appropriate body for that item to be referred to. Mr. Paul Hanson, Democratic Services Manager.
Thank you, Chairman. There is just one item. I understand that motion 2 has been withdrawn. So there is one item left to vote on, which is motion 3. So I will start the electronic vote now. Oh, sorry.
Can I withdraw, as it's my motion?
You can, absolutely, and therefore we have both motions withdrawn the following here. In that case, the meeting is nearly over, but not completely. Councillor Brown, thank you. Until I say it is, it isn't. It's one of those lovely powers that the chairman has this evening. I can't buy you all a pizza, I do apologise. But I can ask you to put a date in your diary, which is the 24th of November, to join me raising money for my charities this year in a very important opportunity that we will have to get together and celebrate something special, which is the end of November, 24th of November. Please pop in your diary. Councillor Suresh Patel has more details of that. It's an award-winning restaurant on the Wellingborough Road, Northampton, in aid of Northampton Search and Rescue and the Air Ambulance. I trust you'll all put that in your diaries and please